Money world. El mundo quiere dinero. Se arregla con dinero. Money world. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el putín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienes lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money world. El mundo quiere dinero. Money world. Se arregla con dinero. Con dinero. Money world. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money world. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Yeah. Money world. Se arregla con dinero. Yeah. Money world. De corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón, yeah. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money world. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money world. Money world. Money world. Money world. Se arregla con dinero. Money world.
Mic check.
Okay.
Mic check. All right, everybody. You listen to DJ Torch and Friends Empowerment Network right here on a Saturday evening. We're about to get this party started. Let me know if my mic sounds cool. Put a 1 in the chat if the mic is on point. Put a 2 if it needs a little work. 3 if you can't hear me at all. We're about to get this party started. To get this party started, and it's a big party tonight. Let me tell you. Thank you, Mr. Snoopy. Thank you, Legs for Life. Thank you, Miss RV. We're about to get this party started. I'm telling you. I just cracked the code of the community. And what I've noticed and studied is that we love drama. Let me break it down like this. Drama and dysfunction, unfortunately. And if we can break that bond, that drama bond, we can become one very powerful community with a lot of happy people. And let's start off with one of the leaders of the community and why this is troublesome. Here we go.
Inside and outside the court for years. But things must be serious when a child comes into the picture. Of course, I'm talking about Lana Rhoades and Kevin Durant. The rumor has been around for a while. Even though Rhoades has refused to reveal who the father of her child is, Paul Logan revealed it last year. You see, he was on an episode of Impulsive with the rapper Charlamagne tha God and Mike Milek. They were all talking, and Milek told the rapper that he was previously in a relationship with the actress, but they broke up, and and now she has a baby, Milio, with an NBA player. Charlemagne was surprised by this, and like all of you, he was wondering who exactly the father was. Paul blurted it out. The name was bleeped out.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's the player?
Nah.
Wow.
Well, that gets bleeped on the episode, but now you know.
Well, why keeping that a secret?
But judging by the shortness of the bleep and the rapper's reaction, it's clear that it was indeed Durant. He's called KD for short, and given his history with Lana, it seems more likely than not. Rhodes even admitted to going on a date with him. That's
All right, here we go. Keep listening.
right, guys. The gorgeous adult actress claims that the two of them went
Adult actress.
on a date that wasn't exactly successful. She said that Kevin wasn't interested in her small talk, and they never really connected.
The guy who invited me also invited one of the other girls. And so this is not the first time that this has happened to me where I've been invited on a date or like to hang out, and they also invite like a backup option.
But Milio being a mixed race only adds to the speculation, and you obviously have to factor in her friendship with Paul. After she quit the adult industry, she became an influencer. Logan helped her pave the way, and the two became good friends. That's when she started dating his teammate Mike. Lana maintains good relations with Paul to this day, even after she broke up with Milok. She might not outright admit who the father of Milio might be, and you can't really blame her for protecting her child's privacy. But all these little clues point towards Durant. Lana and Kevin at least went on a date. That part wasn't just a rumor, unlike Tiana Trump and LaMelo Ball. If you guys remember, a couple of years ago, these two were linked together, and it was all the rage back then. Tiana was spotted at a Charlotte Hornets game where Ball was playing.
Come in there. I'm going to be around the rim challenging all your layups. Modelo left alone. Off the window and good. So
Welcome, Eat, Pray, Yoga, Legs for Life, Mistress Newbie, Miss RV. Let's keep it going.
confused right now. LaMelo passing it around.
And soon after, some fans posted online that they saw both of them hanging out together in a trampoline park. Things would have probably died.
If you know who Tiana Trump is, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat.
Down right there and then, but Trump wanted to fuel them for some reason. She doubled down on the rumors and posted a photo of herself rocking a Hornets jersey. The post was quickly deleted soon after, but Tiana could be heard saying that she'd sleep with her man's father if he cheated on her. You guys know how quick the internet sleuths are, so they figured out that she was referring to LaMelo, and that if he
Tiana Trump, if I remember, is another porn star. So this is the situation here. You are a young basketball player and you go through all this grueling work to become a basketball player, a pro basketball player and star. But instead of choosing, let's say, remember now, you've already, been through school. So instead of, choosing correctly, you literally choose the worst choices you can. I will say this, the women that you saw, they're gorgeous. They're good looking women, but they're porn stars. And who knows what they did before that? Usually people go up in life. They get promoted. So that I assume these ladies were promoted into the porn star field. So here you are as a role model for the community, and you're running after and running around and getting with porn stars. Wow, that's really doing something for the community. Maybe not necessarily the Black community, but for a community.
cheated on her, she'd sleep with his father, LeVar. That was really interesting because Balls Sr. had previously warned his son about knocking boots with adult actresses. But I guess that was Tiana's way of throwing shade at him as well. Believe it or not, that wasn't the only time Trump did something like that. She also tweeted that an Oklahoma City Thunder player owed her money. Now that's just scandalous. Without revealing any names, Tiana claimed that an NBA player slept with her in 2013 and that they also owed her money. She quickly deleted the post when she found out that the player in question doesn't play for the Oklahoma City Thunder anymore. Putting two and two together, it was clear that Paul George was on the team back then and was the biggest star on the roster.
And here, just the finish over Pachulia.
Here we go again. So where's this high value man thing? Because they sure are going after women that, at least in this society, are known as low value. Now, they do have value. They do have value, and that's in the porn industry. But I'm just bringing this up because that whole manosphere myth about women being, fit, feminine, friendly, submissive, and then having a low body count and all of that being, supposed to be what, black men are supposed to look for is complete BS. Welcome, Oya Terminador Negro. It's complete horse crap. All that posturing they did. I dare you to look through the manosphere and find a place where they are ridiculing black men for dating pros, because that's what they're doing when they fly abroad, right? And dating porn stars. I'm going to take my time with this right here because it's important. I want you to go through their sites. I want to go to the more famous guys first. You can even start off with just pearly things. I want you to see where they ridicule black men for dating pros and porn stars. But they sure will ridicule a black man for dating a PhD. You need to let that sink in for a minute. You really need to let that sink in. Let me repeat it one more time before going on. The Black Manosphere. Go through all of their video. No, you can't go through all of them. There's just too freaking many videos, especially those freaking Kevin Samuels reruns. Go through their videos. And I want you to, if you see something, I want you to find me a video clip where they are ridiculing other black men for dating pros and porn stars. You're not. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because it debunks their whole BS high value man theory. Because they're not. They're not. When they say the word submissive, what they mean is easy. Because I will tell you two things. We all know porn stars and pros are not submissive unless they're getting paid. Then on top of that, they're getting these women pregnant, which is fine. You know something? That's fine. Do your thing. But don't turn around and start ridiculing women for their choices. again, I remember a very good content creator was saying that this year, Black women have taken a lot of L's. And I guess you could say that, but Black women, I mean, when you think about it, unfortunately, since most Black women pair themselves with a lot of Black men and give a lot of questionable Black men a chance, you're going to take your L's. But if you think those are some L's, take the L's that Black women get and you multiply that by 4, and that's how many L's Black men are taking. Did anybody tell these basketball players, oh, you should have chose better? No. Nope. I want to see the Black Manosphere. I want to see where you can show me where these men are dating either racially ambiguous or non-Black women, right? With a questionable background, and you tell me they chose that you made a video about the man should have chose better. I'll wait. I'm going to take my time with this. Shit.
Zaza, welcome to your Kodak moment, my friend.
Later in an interview, Tiana revealed that she was 16 at the time, and George apparently knew that.
Oh, here we go again. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome when the chicken comes home to roost 3. Where did all these single mothers come from? Well, they were children when they were made pregnant. Let me replay that one more time.
Finish over Pachulia. Zaza, welcome to your Kodak moment, my friend.
Let me pause it right there. I need to get some more volume on this stuff. I need to make sure you guys can hear it.
Later in an interview, Tiana revealed that she was 16 at the time, and George apparently knew that, but it made no difference to him anyway. That's just wrong if you ask me. But the age of consent in Indiana is 16. Maybe that's why he was able to get away with it. Trump also said that was what brought her into the adult industry in the first place, because they took photos and shot videos together when they were doing it. Tiana isn't shy about speaking up about these things. Some people just want to.
So he made her an aspiring porn artist. She credits him for making her a porn star. Doggone it. If that's not building, if that's not, inspiring your woman, what is? I mean, she could have just been a regular, businesswoman or a regular scientist or something. She didn't want that. She could have been, God forbid, a PhD in something. But no, he inspired her to become a porn star.
Fuel the rumors, while others come out and clarify what's going on. Take Simone Taylor as an example. Back in 2010, there were talks of her and Nate Robinson dating. There were reports that
who is he? Man, he needs to play basketball.
5'9" point guard had made Taylor his wifey. The adult actress was quick to respond to these rumors. She posted a clip on YouTube, shooting down all the speculation surrounding them. She denied being married to Robinson, and she even claimed that they were not dating. Taylor said that there were no rings on her fingers except for the one she bought for herself. Simone admitted that she liked him at the time, though, but only as a friend.
Hello, everybody. This is Simone Taylor. I just wanted to touch bases on a rumor that's out there right now.
I mean, these are guys that are getting paid millions. You know?
A Robinson is not wifing me. I don't have any rings on my fingers but the one I bought myself personally. He's just a friend who I liked at the time.
She clarified that her tweets at the time were taken out of context, and she didn't mean anything remotely close to what the blogs were claiming. The way she came out to put the record straight was a little suspicious, though. I mean, she was already working in the adult industry. Fans thought that Nick had actually approached her to make the video because he didn't want to be in that kind of limelight. But that was all a long time ago, and it's unlikely that we'll know what exactly went down between those two. It's no wonder that Nate wanted to keep it all hush-hush, though. It saved him a lot of further embarrassment. Sadly, that wasn't the case with Marcus Jordan. Yep, the son of the great Michael Jordan isn't aloof from seductresses in the adult industry, it seems. Back in 2012, Marcus posted a photo of his private parts, and he tagged Rachel Rocks to it. He was going on about having around
Oh my, what a way to respectfully represent the Black male community. Way to go. I mean, it's your business, right? But just please, please, fellas, don't come at no women with that high and mighty BS, and then you be doing shit like this.
too, and that he's got some more money for her and whatnot. But apparently he did that by mistake. You see, the heir to the GOAT probably wanted to DM Ms. Rocks because he deleted his Twitter post soon after and claimed that it was all a prank. But no one was buying that. He was just careless on social media, and it came back to bite him. Round 2 in his tweet obviously meant that he had hooked up with Rachel before, and he's clearly paying the adult actress to sleep with him. The good thing that came out of his ordeal was
Wait a minute. I thought, wait a minute. Black men don't like, I thought it was that black men don't like to pay for dates. Huh. See, I'm not doing this to bash my fellow fellows. I'm doing this because we need to step up and perform better mentally and show the logic that we're supposed to show, because we're not.
was that young Jordan was now known for 2 things. Previously, people only knew him as the youngest son of MJ. But
What I mean, he's a decent looking guy, right? Why would you have to? Okay. If you know why these people do this, let me know. Why do these guys with decent money or the air of decent money, right, spend them on women that in the general society, that means not just black society, but general society would be known as bottom feeders? I'm not saying they are, but that's what they are known as. Porn stars and pros are not known highly as, they're not, if they are highly valued, they're highly valued in a secret way. I see nothing wrong with it. It's just these guys, what bothers me is this judgmental vibe that the Manosphere dudes be kicking out, right? Telling women you should have chose better, while their role models, right? They're role models that are known of being higher quality of themselves are dating pros and porn stars. Welcome, Ellen. Welcome, Eat, Pray, Yoga. Welcome, Oya. Welcome, Legs for Life. Welcome, Mr. Snoopy. Welcome, Miss RV. That's just what's bothering me. I mean, really, live your life, do what you want to do, right? But just leave the judgmental shit alone if you're doing this shit, or if you respect somebody who's doing this kind of shit.
But now, thanks to his skills on social media and his ties with rocks, he's known for hooking up with adult actresses as well. Marcus should take a lesson in discretion from Jeffree Star. The famous YouTuber also admitted to having been in relationships with several NBA stars. But like a man of his word, he refused to reveal their names. In July 2021, Star appeared on the BFFs podcast with Josh Richards, Dave Portnoy, and Brianna Chicken Fry. He shared that he'll only reveal their names if they breach a personal code of his. Jeffree also told the host that he has been threatened with death if he ever tells the world who they are. But according to him, they are all great under the sheets.
A lot of NBA players and rappers, yes, but I have a code where I'm never going to out them, and a lot of them have threatened to murder me if I.
But like a man of his word, he refused to reveal their names. In July 2021, Star appeared on the BFFs podcast with Josh Richards, Dave Portnoy, and Brianna Chicken Fry. He shared that he'll only reveal their names if they breach a personal code of his. Jeffree also.
So he's dating, you know, famous basketball stars. Not a problem at all. Do it. That's your business. But the Manosphere, remember now, these basketball stars are your role models, right? Are your role models. So until you find women doing the exact same thing, and even if you do, you should really just sit down.
Also told the host that he has been threatened with death if he ever tells the world who they are. But according to him, they are all great under the sheets.
A lot of NBA players and rappers, yes, but I have a code where I'm never going to out them, and a lot of them have threatened to murder me if I ever say their names. So the is great. True. The names are invisible.
You can't blame him for being too careful about this, because even in this day and age, there are a lot of homophobes in the NBA. It certainly wouldn't be good for the image of the players if their names got out.
The thing is this. The thing is that the fact that why would he lie about something like that? Jeffree Star would not, not that specifically. I don't know who the dude at all, but shit. Why would anybody lie about that? So the fact that we have basketball players out there doing that is already bad for at least our community in general. Let's keep it going.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Impressive channel. Dr. Dre finally opened up about his abuse towards Dee Barnes way back in the 90s.
Any man that puts his hands on a female is a fucking idiot. He's out of his fucking mind. I was out of my fucking mind at the time. I paid for it. I'm sorry for it.
Now, if you don't know the backstory, Dee Barnes was a journalist way back in the 90s, and she hung out with NWA, and she was interviewing them, and she got really close to them. She was also friends with Dr. Dre. And during this time, NWA had a major feud, and Ice Cube left the group. And Dee Barnes, she was a journalist, and she was trying to remain neutral, and she wanted to interview Ice Cube to see the reason behind the feud. However, that backfired, and Dr. Dre beat her up.
Dre assaulted her, grabbing her hair, slamming her face and body into a wall, and kicking her in the ribs. But here's what NWA themselves had to say about the incident back in March.
That's what she get. I hope she get it again. She got beat down.
What was that, Ren?
Huh?
What did she do that?
What did she do?
What did she do that created the situation that made it that bad?
Try to make us look stupid.
So because they think she tried to make them look stupid, banditry happened. This is the mentality right here. Now, I don't know, but if you see stuff like this, why would a black woman want to date any of these men is beyond me.
Tried to play it. Is that national TV?
And while I was talking to this person, Dre approached.
And what did he do? Did he say anything?
Just grabbed me.
He grabbed you.
They grabbed me by my hair and started slamming me up against the wall.
What were the lingering injuries from what happened?
Migraine. Major migraine. It's always on the same.
Exactly, Mr. Snoopy. She got assaulted for doing her job as a journalist. See, sometimes the reason why they make these bandits make for their behavior, they're not really reasons, they're more excuses than anything. They're just making up a reason just to express their who they are. Who Dre was a man who likes to put women up against a wall and beat the shit out of them. I to this day, I only think he only apologized because he got caught doing it. And who knows who else he might have done that to. Welcome Y is seeking knowledge. Here we go.
Side, the side of my head.
To this day. 24 years later.
24 years later.
Dr. Dre didn't only abuse Dee Barnes, but he abused many women he was involved with.
Yep, there it goes. I told you. I didn't even know this part yet. I just had So where is this our legacy? I mean, Dr. Dre is as much of a role model as anybody else in the Black community, good or bad. Right? I don't see anybody going, oh, Dre, he ain't no role model. How many men you hear in the manosphere say that? I hear them wanting to be him. Beats by Dre, yeah. Which if that ain't a pun, no pun intended, but it's intended. Sorry, not sorry. You know? It's crazy. Let's keep it going.
Including Michelle.
And I've talked before, in radio days about Dre and putting his hands on not just you, but remember that old VJ, Dee Barnes?
Well, I stayed because it was normal. Well, after the first hit, you don't think they're gonna do it again, and it does escalate.
Dr. Dre also opened up some more in this documentary, and he said this: I've done a lot of stupid things in my life, a lot of things that I wish I can go and take back. I've experienced abuse. I've watched my mother get abused, So it's like there's actually...
Notice how they always go to it's like I've done a lot of stupid ish in my life, a lot of things I wish I could go and take back, but he's not really saying anything. This
no excuse for it. No woman should ever be treated that way. I have a dark cloud that follows me, and it's going to be attached to me forever. It's a major blemish on who I am as a man.
No, not quite. No, it's not a dark cloud. You're a billionaire. Dark clouds, you're not. This doesn't. I mean, let me just keep it going. Suge Knight beater also. Damn. All these role models beating up on Black women.
And every time it comes up, it just makes me feel effed up. So it's just like, what do I do? What do I do to get rid of this dark cloud? I don't know what else to do. I'm learning. I'm trying to become a better person, a better man. In the end, I've hurt people that I care about, and for that, I'm really sorry. Now, some people may wonder if Dr. Dre's apology is sincere. I do know that...
Let me pause it. Why is Seeking Knowledge breaks it down like this. This part of what manhood is to them as the lowest on the totem pole. What else can they plant a flag on, stomp on, floss seniority over? Bars.
That he has a brand to protect.
Welcome, Sela. Welcome, A-Lady. Welcome, Mr. Snoopy. Welcome, Miss RV.
And these allegations have been following him for throughout his whole career, literally. And I commend him for finally addressing it. And
no, I don't. The key word is finally. after he gets over, he finally wants to do it. Not like a year later or a couple years later. We're talking 30 years, 25 years, 20 years. He's been a menace to society, basically.
Finally apologizing for it. And hopefully he reaches out to D Barnes privately and really apologize for what he did to her, because it was very traumatic. She's still suffering from headaches to this day from the amount of punches and blows he did to her head. So it's really sad. But once again, I think people can change, and I do commend.
I mean, legally, technically, he's just now supposed to be getting out of prison. And I mean, we would have missed out on so much good music, but damn, you know. Was the music really worth the pain and anguish he caused, and the pain and anguish that other men like him caused? I'm not saying his race, but mentality. The way they disrespected women to the point where they were beating them like drums. This is a sign to look for. Here we go right now.
Hey everyone, it's T Kizzy with the T. I hope you're doing well. Okay, you guys, I am back with another video, and we are going to start off with Krishan in New York City, having a blast with her friends and her family. I've noticed since she left Blueface, she's been all about her family lately. I am very proud of Krishan. She has given herself a sense of freedom, which is going to enable her to make better decisions for her life. I believe once the Blueface tattoo was removed off Krishan's neck, she felt there was no turning back from here on in. Of course, Blueface is trying to ruin her sense of sanity. Allegedly, Blueface told Krishan, whenever you are performing, don't worry, I'll be watching you from a distance.
Let me pause it right there. A lady breaks it down like this. California and New York have extended the time for victims to report abuse. Applause to that, as they should, because it's really, when you think about it, domestic abuse and SA is basically the most common worst thing that happens to people in the United States. And if you don't crack down on it and get a handle on it soon, it'll get a handle on everybody else, if you know what I mean. Now let's get on to...
Blueface told Krishan, whenever you are performing, don't worry, I'll be watching you from a distance. I'll be there to support you. And everybody here probably knows that's not coming from a good place, right? So why is Blueface acting so irrational? There's a picture that has been circulating of Blueface's nose looking all chewed up. I'll let you guys put two and two together. Let's hear what a few people had to say in the comments. This person says, you've definitely been snorting that stuff. When you snort a lot of it for a long time, it starts to scab and sore your nose. Another person said his nose got blisters, all that powder burning his nose. And for all you Jaden fans, you will be happy to know she had a show last night and she performed without Blueface.
Good job, Jay. Oh, that little bitch.
Jaden and Blueface both have a show coming up on December the 21st. I guess we're going to have to wait and see if she shows up. Blueface is still posting it on his Twitter account, while Jaden has taken MILF Music off of her Instagram. All right, you guys, that is the end.
Let me pause that. Why Seeking Knowledge drops the knowledge by saying money gives them that right to hurt and abuse, gives white men impunity, and you have to add hood broken buck elements to it. Mega toxic. Boom. Bars.
The end of this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying my content. As a new creator, it does give me the incentive to make you guys more videos. Until next time, we'll be talking to you soon. Bye-bye.
In reference to extending the abuse, for the ability for people to report abuse, Mr. Snoopy says other states need to follow suit. I agree. A lady breaks it down even more. Yes. I wanted to show you this one more time. Remember, Keep watching. Oh, that's what he did. So that's why, because at first, I don't know about to you, but at first it looked like John was walking with her, right? But I think he grabbed something out of her hand and then ran. And that's why she was running after him. I don't know what it was. And I think that's where she probably got her minor fracture, really, to be honest with you. That's just me being, doing some detective work. Because let me go back. I brought this up just to show you how another Manosphere hero has chosen better, right? Because he's a black man, and if you follow Kevin Samuel's theory, black men are logical and black women are emotional, right? Okay, well, yeah, she's not black, but anyway, see, he grabbed something. He grabbed something. See, when they leave, right? Watch again. He's not trying to run here, right? So he's not running away from her because she's doing something to him. Watch this. I don't see how anybody didn't catch this in court. Okay. Yeah, I saw something flash. Yeah, it's a phone. That's why he was running away. And that's why she ran after him. Because technically, at least, basically, it looks like he took the phone. Exactly, Ellen. Yeah, but I assume what they did was they made sure he could delete it. Yep. And then he ran away because look at this. Look at this right here. He's getting out and they're together. Right? Still together, still walking together, step by step. No problem right there. Raj? Step by step, he's holding her hand. Then he rips out, because then he rips out the phone. That's why he was running. Why Seeking Knowledge breaks it down like this. Couldn't take her snapping on him for venturing out. Many women beaten and unalived from their ungoverned emotions and ignorance, getting caught in their messes. Exactly. A woman, ladies, let me break it down like this. It's not a good idea, at least in my opinion, from the evidence I've seen on a lot of these videos I've seen, it's not a good idea to accuse somebody, especially if you know they're volatile, to their face. I would not do that. It's not safe. So anyway, I think it's safe to say he ripped her phone, and that, because right here, look, there's no struggle right here. She's walking, he's walking. Watch. There's no craziness until he does that jerking motion, which is, I believe, to rip the phone out of her hand. Then he pushes her away and runs with it. How they missed this in court, I have no clue. Welcome, Indiana. Mom in the house. A lady in the house. Ellen Ripley in the house. Why is seeking knowledge in the house? See that? Boom. Oh, there's a, let me. Okay, right. Yeah, doesn't this seem weird? I mean, doesn't it seem weird to you that first they were just walking normal? Look, walking normal. How did they miss this in court? Step by step, no problem there. Then there's a phone. Yep. Let me go back. Can't stop it in time. Right there, because this is her hand here. There's something here, and then there's something here. Pushes her away and then goes. And he's holding something here because notice how this arm here is moving as if you're running, and this one right here isn't. See? See? He took her phone. Or the only other way of thinking about it, or he took his phone back. But I think either way, there it is. So ladies, this is, I mean, she was supposed to be the upgrade, right? Yep. Oh, Curtis, I just said that. I just said it might be his. Either way, it's all bad. Yep. Either way, this is not a win. Yeah, hey, lady, I think it very well. Yeah, he took a phone out of her hand. We know that. Who it belonged to, we really don't know. But I would let's take a hunch that it was his. So I guess what she was doing is she saw something in it, and what? She caught him cheating. Why would you run? I mean, she's the upgrade, guys. At least according to the Manosphere. According to the Manosphere, right? I know you guys have seen this a million times, so let me stop it right there. I mean, I am not trying to find out who's guilty of anything, because that happens in court. People will always get their day in court. What I am saying is that the Black Manosphere is saying that Black women are so horrible and bad. But an A-list actor has to run away from a woman that is not black. What she is doesn't matter, because basically what they're saying in the manosphere is that black women are beneath all other women. And somehow black men aren't beneath all other men. Food for thought. Here we go.
Will Smith has reacted to Cardi B's emotional meltdown about Offset on her Instagram Live. On Friday, Cardi B took to social media once again to rant about Offset after recently revealing the pair have been broken up for a while. She claimed that her rapper ex-husband Offset had been deceitful in an explicit rage-filled video. Cardi said, "This man really likes to play games with me when I'm at my most vulnerable time, when I'm not the most confident. He likes to play games with me because he knows I'm not an easy girl." Prior to this, Cardi and Offset had unfollowed each other on Instagram, and Cardi made it known that they have recently gotten a divorce behind the scenes. She said, "I have been single
Good job for her. She did it behind the scenes, didn't put it out there.
for a minute now. But it has been like this for a minute now. I just took it as a sign. I want to start 2024 fresh and open. I don't know, I'm curious for a new life, a new beginning, and yeah, I am excited." One person who decided to share their reaction to Cardi's rant was Will Smith. Underneath a video on Instagram of Cardi's rant about Offset, Will commented saying, "This is crazy." The legendary A-list actor Will Smith has publicly gotten involved in other celebrities' online dramas previously, so this is nothing new from him. Fans
I don't know why he's getting, this is not a good time for him to do that, but okay. Why Seeking Knowledge breaks it down like this. She was mad because he was chopping it up with other women. He ran because his carnal instinct would have made him come at her like a man, like he would a black woman, a black man. Yeah, different penalty with a white. Yeah. So you think he ran because this is back where we're talking about John. Because he would have behaved in a way that would have been dangerous for that young lady. Let me know if that's the assumption. Ellen, welcome to the stage. How you doing tonight?
Hi, DJ. Yeah, I think that he ran because he knows there's cameras, and that's why he started hitting her when she got back in the car.
Oh, okay. So that's what. Okay. So, yeah, I didn't see any of the hitting part. All I just saw was when they got out.
No, he started out. You could see like his movement, his elbow movements, that he was hitting her, or either I know that he pushed her back in the car.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I did see that. So yeah, he did that for sure.
But he knew that the cameras wouldn't be able to really see that part. But he knew that they can see them on the outside. That's why he didn't hit her back.
Got it.
Because a black man.
Did you follow the case? Do you know if that was his phone or her phone?
Oh no, I didn't. I don't know anything. I don't even know Johnathan Majors. I'm just now looking at it.
Oh, okay. Got it. Let me read Why Seeking Knowledge message again so I can clear up what it exactly means. This is about John Majors. John Majors. So he was mad because he was chopping it up with other women. He ran because his carnal instinct would have made him come at her like a man, like he would a black woman. Different penalty with white women. He knew enough that if he beat a black woman like a white woman like a black woman, there would have been problems. But yeah, let's just break it down like that. Okay, I'm sorry, Ellen, go ahead.
No, you can't win when it comes. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. You cannot win if you're going up against a person of non-color, especially a white woman, because the whole police system, the whole court system was based. Well, I would say the police system was to protect white women. That's why the police was created, and then the court system was to created to basically
give people of non-color justice. I can't lie. I have to be truthful about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very difficult to go even if you're rich like him, which the only reason I believe he got off is because of his celebrity status. But it is very difficult for a black. It's just really hard for a black guy to win in court against a white, particularly a white woman.
Right.
You're gonna have to really prove your innocence.
Yeah, really, exactly.
Flooded in with their opinions too. One fan said, "Will Smith, what are you doing? I don't understand why him and his wife are such big clout chasers nowadays. We preferred you when you kept your mouth shut, to be honest. Stick to acting or be quiet." Another fan on Twitter reacted to the drama, writing, "Cardi is just looking for attention because Nicki has a new album out, and Will Smith is just trying to draw attention away from the fact his wife is constantly embarrassing them online. Honestly, can we just shut down celebrity culture already? Please." And lastly,
no, because that will never happen, and because that's what's popular. Celebrity culture is like half the entertainment industry. Curtis Kemp says, at least Johnathan tried to flee from trouble and chaos. Sort of, yeah. I could see that, Curtis. I'm really, quite honestly, the trouble and the chaos started long before the run. But I do see your point as far as that. I mean, I prefer him to do that than to assault somebody, So I don't know what happened inside the van, but at least when he got outside, for what I saw, that's better. That was a better choice. That's a better choice than a lot of other things that could have been more violent. But at the same time, it's a bad look.
But why are they always trying to blame black women? Like, if Jada was white, they wouldn't even they would have blamed Will for his own actions. Like, what did she do? Just because she didn't say, you don't know what she said to him at home. They're actually acting like she told him, like he couldn't control his faculties, and she somehow psychologically manipulated him into smacking the other guy. Like, how is it her fault? Like, you see how much they always like use black women as a scapegoat?
Yeah, I do. Let me break that down for you. According to the 2-page pamphlet that Gemini told me about, from the Kevin Samuels School of High Value Men, basically men are logical.
Oh yeah, men are okay. Yeah,
that's it.
That's crazy.
Men are logical, right? And women are emotional, right? Well, so if that's the case, right? If that's the case, right? Men are logical and women are emotional, right? Then why do these men keep saying that women are being, why they keep saying that Jada is being deceitful then? If black men are supposed to be so much smarter than black women, even educated black women, right? And black men are so much more logical. Don't know, mind you, that their incarceration rate is like 10 times that of black women. But never mind that part. Never mind that part. Black men are supposed to be logical, so he's a logical guy, right? So he must not be doing anything wrong. It's got to be all Jada. Jada. It's funny how they say that black men are more logical and superior to women emotionally, and they're in so many words they're saying mentally, right? But we can't hold our temper.
You know what? I feel as though, and a lot of people may disagree with me, but I feel like society feels as though black men could be controlled more. They fear the strength of black women because black men had to tolerate a lot of, stuff, but we had to overcome so much being the bearers of children and going through so much mental anguish. So they just I think that they feel as though they can control black men more because they know they've done a better psychological job at messing black men up mentally. So, you know, they're mad because they really can't control. They probably can control black women physically, but they can't control black women mentally and spiritually as much as they can, you know, black men and white women. You may disagree with me, but that's just my opinion.
Wait, say that one more time. Say it one more time.
No, they feel as though they can't. They
Wait,
may.
Who's they? Wait, who's they?
Oh, society. I'm talking about like the elite, the supremacists. You know, the white supremacists.
Got
Not
it,
all white people are racist, but like this society, I would say, the dominating society.
Okay.
They feel as though they know they've done a good psychological brainwashing on black men. Therefore, they put more trauma on black men. So they know they can control black men more. But the one thing they can't do, they can't control black women. They can control black women physically, but they can't control black women mentally and spiritually like they can black men. That's my opinion.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Got it.
Fan came to his defense and said, "Good for him. I hate when celebrities pretend not to notice things. It shows he's human in my opinion, and I wish other celebrities would follow this trend from now on. No more fake Hollywood stuff." For this video's comment question, what are your thoughts on Will Smith chiming in on other people's drama? Do you think other celebrities...
Let me pause that. Why Seeking Knowledge says this about, I believe it's Jonathan. No, I think they both bear crosses. Dirty secrets, but okay, this is about Will Smith. I'm sorry. No, I think they both bear crosses. Dirty secrets, but she's browbeating Will. I'm shocked the cryosphere doesn't mention him much. Yeah, me too.
Celebrities should do this or mind their business. Before you go, be sure to give this video a thumbs up.
Okay, so let me keep going. I felt this is an important video, so I'm going to play it again. Here we go.
I don't have sex out of relationships.
How do you get into the relationship?
Through conversation, through getting to know someone.
And then you don't try before you buy?
I don't try before I buy.
We're getting to know each other, yeah?
Yeah.
I want to put all my intention into you. But after a while, once we're talking to each other,
Well said, Landon. Landon breaks it down like this. They don't mention him because he's still with her. So he doesn't fit into the narrative they need him to be. Bars.
You got a duty of care to look after me. You know what I'm trying to say? That I've got needs and stuff.
100%. I believe that.
Exactly.
I have got.
Notice how many times he says I. I'm going to start it over again.
I don't have sex out of relationships.
How do you get into the relationship?
Through conversation, through getting to know someone.
And then you don't try before you buy?
I don't try before I buy.
We're getting to know each other, yeah?
Yeah.
I want to put all my intention into you. But after a while, once we're talking to each other, you got a duty of care to look after me. You know what I'm trying to say? That I've got needs and stuff.
Look after me.
Ew.
Me. Look for those signs, folks.
I believe that.
Exactly.
I have got a duty of care to look after you.
Yeah,
when you're my man.
How do we get there?
Through maintaining a healthy relationship together.
So before we're in a relationship and we're just talking and just dating and stuff, are you cool with me sleeping with other people?
Absolutely not.
So you want me to go on a quest of celibacy while I get to know you?
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
It's just showing your loyalties and your commitment.
Why do I need to be loyal?
That's what I wanted to stop it right there. I mean, I could go on, but it just gets more cringy. And I stopped it right there because these guys always talk about traditional values, right? Dating and courting are traditional values, but if they were tell you what they want, like this guy is telling him what he wants, which is basically sex, they're full of shit.
Why are British black guys, they are the most arrogant men I've ever seen. Like this arrogance is disgusting.
At least this guy, I can't really talk for all of them, but I can talk for this one. This guy's arrogant, that's for sure.
I don't even know you like that. We're getting to know you.
Yeah, because you want to make
So he's saying, I'm getting to know you, but he wants to still have sex. Remember that.
It's something you're trying to pursue something with me.
There's no jeopardy there. So if you gave me something, that would make me
Want to stay?
No, not want to stay, but
Right. See, that's the funny part is like, what he's going to say, you basically, this is very common. A lot of women might get caught up in the situation that if I give him some, he'll stay. And that's not the case.
take away the distractions. Forget about
But
everybody
this is
else.
what I mean. Mentally train yourself to not be distracted so that you can focus on one person and maintain your energy there.
Right.
And
If the person is going to stray, right, whether you're intimate with them or not, it's not going to make a difference. That's in their DNA. Cheating is in their DNA. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing.
loyalties whilst you get to know them.
But I want to have sex.
Yes, so graphic
See,
for
that's
it.
all he wanted.
Oh. But
He
she's
didn't want a
drop dead
relationship.
gorgeous.
You know? I'm sorry. Would you just say, Ellen?
No, she's drop dead gorgeous, but in his arrogant mind, he actually thinks he could score with her. Like, you know, these black, I mean, a lot of them are delusional.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're right. She is gorgeous. And what he's proving is that even though as gorgeous as she is and as well as she carries herself, right, that's not enough for him because really that's too much for him. He actually just wants sex. That's what he wants. He doesn't want a life partner. And that's why, again, that's where the manosphere, you know, does their little word salad. They really don't want a woman for a wife. They just want options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing easy should come that easy. Someone giving you their body should not be that accessible.
What kind of graft are you talking about? Like, what kind of graft is that? I have to be your boyfriend. Like, that's a different kind of graft. Not just get to know you and be cool. You're trying to tell me graft till I'm being your boyfriend.
You have to make that initial commitment because why am I going to give myself to you? And then you say, well, actually, it's not for me the next day.
Well. What do you?
I'm gonna stop that right there.
A lot of women, especially Black women, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but I will. In our society right now, Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men.
Okay,
right?
so Black women are making a lot more money. Okay, let's listen again.
For the most part than Black men, right? There are a lot of Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men. Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men, right?
Right. Okay. So Black women are making more money for the most part than Black men. Okay. So we got that down. So if that's the case, right? What's the problem? If Black women are making more money than most Black men, right? From Tyler Perry's point of view, whether it is right or wrong, we won't even go into it. We'll just take him on his word, right? Then what's the problem? What is the problem? The problem is that Black men are not making as much as Black women, according to Tyler Perry. And if that's the case, who needs to step up? What, you want Black women to make less? You want them to, you know, instead of going in for work for 8 hours, go in for 4 hours? See, this is the funny part. I love this. After the fact, after the hype is gone, conversations. Because then, you know, you can pick up on things that were missed. And one of the things that were missed was this. Black men in the manosphere were championing Tyler Perry for saying this. But what I've been argued many times on this channel is they'll say that, oh no, Black men make more than Black women, Black men make more than Black women. If that's the case, then If black men make more than black women, I got a checkmate here. That's what I'm getting to. If black men, according to the manosphere, makes more money than black women, then why do black women have to settle? Gotcha. Got you real good. Got you real good. So do you want to believe me or do you want to believe Tyler? Fellas, I don't care. Take your pick. It's checkmate either way. I got you either way. Let me pause it right there. Why did I bring up Tyler? Why did I bring him up? Why did I bring him up? Anybody know? Anybody want to know why I brought up Tyler once again? Damn, I sound good. I mean, Ellen, you know something? I should have been a rock star, you know? Welcome, Lady Rindy. I should have been a rock star. I don't know why no one saw my talent.
I don't know why you brought up Tyler Perry.
Okay, let me break it down for you. Here we go. Let me break it down. I'm going to let me break it down like here.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Come and sit down and shut the door. This Me Too movement that has been sweeping
hotels
and hip hop music, it looks like it is literally taking a trip down to Hollywood. You guys, if you haven't heard, actor Christian Keys has come out and he has made some shocking allegations.
Does anybody want to know?
Oh my God. So Tyler Perry was one of them?
Wow. Damn, Mr. Light Bill. Mr. Light Bill.
Everybody is wondering who he is talking about. He did a 30-minute posting on his Instagram feed. I suggest you watch the whole 30 minutes. I'm going to condense it down. He makes some shocking accusations, okay? Other people have been speculating about what man he's talking about. The thing is, it sounds like he is talking about two men. Actually, I would just say it based upon information and belief. He is talking about not one, but two billionaires. The first billionaire, people have been kind of guessing, floating around. The second billionaire is going to shock you. There's also a woman involved. Now, I'll be real with you. We have not figured out who the woman is, but based upon information and belief, we have the names of both billionaires. You guys, let's get into this. Actor Christian Keys, if you guys don't know, maybe everybody knows him. He is the bomb. He currently is a producer on a Tyler Perry show. I know, a Tyler Perry show. He literally blew up the industry and said that he was SA, he was harassed, he was made to feel uncomfortable, he was inebriated, drunk, and somebody tried to accost him. And when he said, "Hey, stop, I'm not into that," they did not stop. They kept pushing the issue. They kept trying to see. They kept on harassing him. Now, he did escape, but he says that he's always been ashamed at the fact that he did not speak up, that he did not do more. I'm going to play you a little bit about what he said, because what he said is powerful. If you can, please go to his Instagram story and see. Now, the thing is, when it comes to the two billionaires, I know everybody thinks they figured out one. We'll talk about why that might be true. He talks about his boss. As a boss, he learned. As a matter of fact, let me put in what he actually said, okay? And then meet me after the jump to actually get to who these people are. And the second guy is going to shock you. Let's go.
Pause. Lady Rindy breaks it down like this. Tyler should just come out of the closet already. Tyler wants women to accept the light bill man so he can have access to the men who have money. And then a lady breaks it down like this. Dude is taking the evidence to the cops. He has years of recordings of harassment. Damn.
That makes sense what she said, that he just wants black women to accept the light bill, guys paying the light bill, because he wants all the men with money to himself. That actually makes sense. I don't know how true it might be.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing though. See, there's a pattern here. It's just not these men. Maybe that's why there's an increasing number, or it seems that there's an increasing number of black men that, let's just say, think differently of black women and disrespect black women more, because maybe they really don't like black women like that anymore. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't like them like that no more. So they're just really a nuisance. They're actually really competing for the same people they want.
Oh my God, darn. Bingo. That makes so much sense.
I mean, black women and black men are competing for the same black men. I guess where I'm getting at. Yep.
It's heavy on my heart, man, and I'm tired. In the moment, I'm like, what the and wanted it.
Welcome, Denise.
But you got a guy that's a billionaire, and I got $3 grand in my bank account. Who they gonna believe? Right? I got that $3 grand. That's my son's mom's rent for next month. You know, got to make sure little man's taken care of. That's my rent, and that's a little bit for the gas tank, and the rest of it I can go to the dollar store and get some bread and bologna and hot dogs and mustard.
Wait a minute. I thought he was like a big time producer or something, right? Damn.
Oh, that's so sad.
I know. Oh yeah, breaks it down like this. I don't think it's Tyler in this instance. He still works for him and is the executive producer for all the King's Men. I believe him. I think he would have told us if it was TP, Tyler Perry. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the confusing part is though. But right now he's talking about he's got to spread $3,000 around it to his. I guess it sounds like he has a. I don't think it sounds like he got an ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or somebody who has his kid. It sounds like he's struggling. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah. So I'm a little bit confused. Let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper.
You know, I can get by. Work was slow, and a lot of the work that was coming it had penis attached to it. I'm like, fuck that, man. That's not what I want. That's not what I'm about to do.
Wow. Shit.
They said that these guys in Hollywood, in order to climb the ladder, that they had to do some homosexual stuff. A lot of people were trying to say that.
Yeah, Bridget says, yes, all the wealthy men are other men, not gold digger women. Correct. Boom.
I regret not speaking up then, not being brave enough to, and I regret not hurting this person because I got a big heart. Mother had a big heart. Mother's heart was just big as Flint, Michigan. She was like a little yellow boy. You finna come and you gonna be a part of my family. And I always try to think about things, you know, and not lash out, even though I wanted to, even though I want to. I'm mad at me for not hitting him. I'm mad at me for not speaking up and saying something. Because between that year and now, how many young Black actors have fell for that? How many of them, and you can hear him say it on You can hear him on the conversations. You can hear him on the conversations. You can hear him say that he has several guys, multiple guys on payroll, 6 figures a year, that pop up and they do whatever he wants and they go back home. So they pop.
So it sounds like whoever this person is, if it is, we don't know if it's Tyler Perry, but they're saying that it might be Tyler Perry. He had his rotation. Just like Kevin Samuels had his rotation.
So DJ, do you think that all of those like handsome guys that are on his in his TV shows and movies, do you think that they had to like pass the test with Tyler? Like they had to like go through something to get the role?
Quite possibly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pop in, they grab their ankles, they do whatever he wants. And I'm like, I'm not finna fucking do that. I'm not doing that. I don't want to make it that bad. I want to be able to shave in the fucking morning without any grief or any regret or any shame waiting for me in the mirror. There's a trauma that comes with being bullied and intimidated and sexually harassed like that. And the bad part is when the truth comes out, a lot of y'all in here are gonna be like, man, I don't believe it. And you can watch me on whatever news station. I'll take polygraphs live on TV. You can hear the recordings yourself. Person has a very distinctive voice when they offer me $100 grand to take my clothes off. Person has a very distinctive voice when they literally sexually assault me and try to grab my private parts, and I'm blocking their hand like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh, my bad, and tries to do it again. Some of these people are y'all heroes.
Wait a minute.
Some of these
Wait a
people
minute.
y'all
Wait a minute.
deified when they literally live on TV. You can hear the recordings yourself. Person has a very distinctive voice when they offer me $100 grand to take my clothes off. Person has a very distinctive voice when they.
Okay, so my question would be, did you take your clothes off for 100K? Let's keep going.
Literally sexually assault me and try to grab my private parts, and I'm blocking their hand like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh.
So he must have took off his clothes. What do you think, Ellen?
People are gonna get mad at me when I say this, but I 100% believe that this guy went on with it. He did as much as he possibly can. Like whoever he's saying that the guy said my bad. So you know it's a black guy. So this person, the guy right here, whatever his name is, light skinned one, he actually he did it. Like he was going with this black guy, whoever it was, for money, and he stopped paying him. So now he's coming out. And that's what I feel.
That's a possibility. Yeah, so it sounds like to me he did take off his clothes, and then the guy started, whoever the guy is, we won't say who it is, started touching on him, and he said, wait, what are you doing? And then he goes, my bad. That's what hey, lady vloggers are digging through archives, finding all the TP sus moments. Oh man. Hey, lady and that lady, yep. If it's not, he should say it. Say, hey, lady. Okay, let me start again. Hey, lady. Oya says, hey, lady. Yep. If it's not, he should say it because folks about to run with it. Yep. We almost ran with it, but we're gonna wait. He looks sad. I feel bad for him. That's, I guess, the gentleman in the video. He does look sad. I think he grew up in foster care, so I can't imagine how triggering. Yep. Let's keep it going.
My bad. And tries to do it again. Some of these people are y'all heroes. Some of these people y'all have deified and set up on a stool, on a stoop.
Yep. Yeah, well, we've been getting a lot of chickens coming home to roost. I will tell you that.
But you know what, DJ? I've worked in Hollywood, right? Not like, like in the big screen but doing stuff like in the in the inner workings of, I'm not going to say what it was, but anyway, I worked in that area. You see a lot of guys as straight, supposedly as straight as an arrow, that come to that town and end up doing like so many like homosexual. I'm just gonna be blunt. A lot of homosexual stuff. Like guys who've never, from what I've known, experienced anything with the opposite sex. They do a lot of stuff in Holly weird, which what I used to call it Holly weird. And I personally seen it myself. I personally seen men who claim to be straight, who were flirting with me, who tried to take me out on a date, and some guy come along, and the next thing he's going with this guy. He's having a relationship, moving in with this guy.
Damn.
And the whole thing.
Okay.
That's how Hollywood is. It's just, I don't know if it's something in the air, or it's not just the guys like they try to make it. It's just the regular, the guys like in this not in like big films, or like guys doing other things in the entertainment field.
Dang, that's a trip.
It's taking everything in me not to say. But I promise you this. I will promise you this. As an executive on the show, I'm grateful for this person for showing me how not to be.
Wow.
When you're the boss, how not to be. You don't sexually harass your employees. You don't pressure them, bully them, try to intimidate them into what you want. I am grateful for that lesson. I'm glad that God sat back, because not only was he watching to see if I was the person that he thought he had made, but he was letting me see who I am. And I'm grateful for it, because it let me know, and that gave me a lot of my bravery. I thank God that he just sat back and watched. It's going to be a conversation really soon. And it won't be a conversation or accusations. Again, I let the statute of limitations run out. It's never been about money. My concern is that this person is still doing it. Still a predator.
Damn.
That's not okay. And I wish I was brave enough to speak up back then. I was worried that he would get in the way and try to interfere with my work and try to blackball me, because he couldn't ball me. Pun intended. It's going to be a conversation had real soon.
Good point. Hey, lady, what other billionaires are making films in Hollywood? Yeah. I don't know of any others. Welcome, Quita. Welcome, Quita.
The beauty of non-disclosure agreements is that even if you do sign them, you can't speak about certain things, but confidentiality agreements don't, after speaking with several attorneys, they do not prohibit you. They can't prevent you from going to police departments and reporting sexual harassment and giving them your receipts, giving them your recordings, giving them your PDFs. And they don't prevent you from reporting felonies. Sexual harassment is a felony. If you tell a person, if you tell a whole grown man, like, hey, I ain't into dude.
Okay, so
Let me pause it right there. Why Seeking Knowledge says this: this world is so lacking of morals, values, and principles. Not many care if they see a whole demon as their reflection in the mirror. Anybody see that Doja Cat video? There's no shame anymore. Bars. Straight up bars. I believe that's what was going to be playing on this, and then I'm supposed to slip this in right here.
Beautiful, educated, professional Black woman trapped in a troubled marriage with a brown-skinned bald dude from Law and Order.
How can you do this to me? Get out. I'm going to marry this white hussy because you are too virtuous and strong and might make me a better man.
Then a dude who looks like Shamar Moore shows up as the shirtless, light-skinned gardener who just got out of jail.
Excuse me, may I rake your leaves?
At first, she acts like she doesn't like the light-skinned gardener, but eventually she gets to know him and sees the sensitive side.
Now, I know that to you, I'm just a poor, light-skinned gardener who can't even afford a shirt. But I love me some Jesus, and I love me some you.
Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. I never thought I'd ever be with a man so loving and light-skinned.
And I will always be light-skinned just for you.
Being a good Christian woman.
Oh man, that's kind of weird. Okay, wait. How about this one?
Okay, Robert. Again. My dude. That's it! Breathtaking. You know, I remember when I sat down to write my first play. I asked Jesus, will you co-write with me? And he said yes. And I told Jesus, I want to write plays for women. What do women want to see? And Jesus said, sexy men. Since that day, I've searched the world for the sexiest Black men alive. And I found them, my shirtless men. And Jesus was pleased. I didn't know religion worked like that. Then I asked Jesus, how can I further spread your message on earth? And he said, cross-dressing. And so I put on a dress and a wig, and Jesus was pleased. With that dress, that wig, and these beautiful muscular gifts from God, I have built an empire, and soon I will crush Ice Cube, and my supremacy of Black Hollywood will be complete. Ice Cube? We don't allow just anyone on this journey. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert? Yeah, I guess. Get on your knees, Robert. Ow! On your knees, Robert. Okay, damn, you got big hands. Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, Robert? Yes. Do you accept me, Winston Jerome, as the representative of Jesus Christ in the TV and movie business? Sure, I guess. Do you renounce Ice Cube and all his works? Well, you know, I gotta like Friday. Do you renounce Ice Cube and all his works? I renounce Ice Cube. Louder! I renounce Ice Cube. And all his works. And all his work. Including Friday? Yes, including Friday. Yes! Rise! Rise! My new leading man!
We're having a fondue shindig at the compound tonight. You should come.
Oh my God. That was crazy.
Little bone dogs boy. Little bone dogs in the mix, boy. Little bone dogs in the mix, boy.
That supposed to be Tyler Perry?
Yes.
Oh
I
my
guess.
God.
Well,
That actually sound about right. That sound like something he probably did go through. Because why would Jesus tell you to cross dress? Because he did do that, and he put on a wig and a dress. I guess that's for the church.
yeah. Like a shout out to Quita Ward in the house. Shout out to D9 in the house. Why Seeking Knowledge is in the house. Indiana Mom is in the house. A lady is in the house. Everybody up in the house. On stage, Ellen Ripley. Let's go with this. What's going on with Jeezy? Here we go.
Y'all, people can't be that
This is
stupid.
back. Here we go.
Please tell me people are not so stupid as be buying this BS that Jeezy, known colorist, known texturist, known F-boy is out here pushing. Y'all, if you don't know, Jeezy is doing a tell-all interview with Nia Long. Now, he's giving us a preview of it, y'all. And you know what is so disappointing? People is eating this mess up right and left. Now, listen, they don't got anything to do with Jeannie Mai, because we don't even need to talk about Jeannie. We can talk about the Black women that Jeezy has used, exploited, abandoned, and the children he barely fathers. But through all that, all it took, right? All it took was for him to literally do an interview with Miss Nia Long, which might I say, people are saying that Jeezy is dating Nia Long. If it is, I have some thoughts on that too.
Oh my God. Well,
because Nia Long, I can't. Where do we start? There's so much to start. Where do we start? Okay, let's start with the basics, right? Let's start with the basics. Jeezy's doing a tell-all with Nia Long. The one sentence he wanted us to hear is this. Let me see if I can play it for y'all. Just listen to this mess, this BS. Hold on, turn the sound up. We're about to discuss. Hold on, let's get this going.
A few moments later.
Where are we at?
When you say that,
What does it mean?
me too. I want to take getting rights.
Uh-huh.
I think it's really important for Black men to have these conversations.
Times when we're the most sisters. I'm a great man. I'm a great person.
He said, it's time when we are at our lowest that we need our Black sisters.
Darn, that's a shame. So this goes back to what I was saying, is that when ish hit the fan and they go off with their Beckys and exoticals or whatever, and they think that when they get burnt, they want to come back to Black women, because Black women are used as a mule. Like, they're used as the only reason why they don't tell Black women, look, I don't want to be with you. If I had a choice, I would be with a woman that looks the opposite of you. It's because they always need Black women to come back to as a mule. That's what I mean. I've been saying that.
I want to take getting rights.
Uh-huh.
I think it's really important for Black men to have these conversations.
Times when we're the most sisters. I'm a great man. I'm a great person.
He said, it's time when we are at our lowest that we need our Black sisters.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Jeezy's full of shit.
He was just doing that because he knew that Nia was feeling him, and he knew that he could be, he was gonna score with her, so he was just telling her what she wanted to hear. And there was a lot of sexual tension between them if you look at the interview. You don't think so? You don't think that it was a lot of sexual tension there? I'm on mute. Wait, hold on.
Okay, you guys, so get into this craziness. So fans are alleging that Offset left heart eyes under Nicki Minaj.
Facebook family and YouTube subscribers. Today is Friday, and I don't know what the date is. Today is Friday. I love Friday. Today is Friday. We are still in the month of November. And what day is it? Looking at my cell phone. The 15th. So today is Friday the 15th. Not a bad day. Not Friday the 13th, but Friday the 15th. November 15th, 2013. It is about 10 o'clock in the morning. I had a long night last night. And I'm just really getting up. These dogs kind of kept me busy last night, ripping and running. But anyway, do you guys remember, can you see that Antoine Dotson? You remember him? Antoine Dotson was the guy that got famous when some YouTube, a parody of an incident that he was on the news about. So this really made him kind of famous. Well, really a lot of famous. And they did this video, which was hilarious, and they set it to music. His sister was a victim of an almost rape. I'm sure y'all remember the whole story. Here's a better picture of him there. Antoine Dotson, young black gay man, like me. Well, his hair's a little bit longer than mine, but he's a black gay guy. Well, recently, Mr. Dotson joined the Tyler Perry's A Medea Christmas movie. Now, Tyler Perry gave him a role in his Tyler Perry's A Medea Christmas movie. Now, the reason why Tyler Perry chose him is because, I don't know if you guys know this or not, because Mr. Antoine Dotson is no longer gay. He has renounced his homosexuality and, in fact, said that he was getting married or got married or have a baby on the way or some nonsense. So he's one of those people who subscribe to the ex-gay nonsense. Mr. Dotson was recently made the news again when he announced he is straight and expecting a baby with his girlfriend despite previously identified as gay.
Welcome to the land of DL. Let's keep it going.
Okay. What's going on here?
Welcome, Tevin. Welcome, Quita. Welcome, Shannon. Welcome, Helen. Here we go.
This man is now straight.
Thanks, hey lady.
His hair is straight in this picture, yeah. I do agree with that. This man is now straight. Got a girlfriend, a baby on the way. He no longer identifies as gay. Do you believe that?
No.
Do you all think that this man is actually gay, straight?
What's your thought?
Oh my God, this guy is, I don't know what's going on with him. I heard about him that he joined the what is it called again? The Hebrew Israelites. And he
What, this dude
renounced
right here? You
yeah,
mean,
Andrew whatever his name, the one with the long hair. He is
Okay.
not gay. He is not straight by any means. I don't know who would believe that. No, I don't believe he's straight at all. But this is what, a lot of black women will accept him. A lot of black women will turn the other cheek, and they will allow a guy that looks like this to impregnate them, who they know is obviously gay. You can't just not become gay overnight. Like, gayness doesn't happen. You can't ungay in a spiritual sense. So he's definitely still gay.
Look at this picture. Look. He's now straight. Tyler Perry chose him, a man who something's bizarrely going wrong with
Yeah, mom says this. Dude just went back into the closet. So, what did you all have for dinner dinner tonight?
Tyler Perry and his decisions. And I'm beginning to think, and I've known this for a while, Tyler Perry is a self-hating homosexual. Tyler Perry hates who he is. And that's why it goes back to, I did a previous video about Tyler Perry, and me and Tyler Perry had got into an argument at a restaurant back in the late 90s, 97, 98, somewhere around there. I think it was like 1998, 1999. I can't remember the exact date. But Tyler Perry was very uncomfortable with people knowing he was gay, which I found was just very bizarre. Because how could you not tell he wasn't gay? And I'm thinking, you got a gay club, you got gay friends, you're hanging out at tracks and you dance, you're doing all this, but you don't want people to know you're gay. Okay. I had a lot of, when Tyler Perry first started doing movies, the first movie he did, I went and saw it with a group of friends, and we left the movie and went to a party at Tyler Perry's house. We were all excited because, and I'm gonna tell you why, in my mind, I was thinking, here we have an African-American Black gay man who could now depict us in a much better light, who could now make movies and plays that show who we really are. Now, that didn't necessarily mean, and I probably would never, ever, ever, ever have said or did a video about Tyler Perry, but he's doing stuff, I think.
Yeah, I wonder, is this guy gay too or what? I can't tell.
Yeah, he's gay. Oh my God. I mean, Stevie Wonder could see he's gay.
You know, when you get old, you know.
Yeah, he's definitely gay.
It's detrimental to the Black gay community. The movies that he has completed, his subject matter of HIV and AIDS, I don't like how he's handled that. I don't like how he's handled the gay characters within his movies, the margin of the way we are depicted as. And I definitely don't know, I have a problem with him promoting a man who's now running around saying that he's straight. Let me tell y'all something. I am 43 years of age. I've been in the gay lifestyle all my life. But I've been in the Atlanta metropolitan area since I was 18 years of age. Do you know how many men I know who's walked away from being gay, took a wife, had kids, moved into some house out in the suburbs, way out of the city, because they didn't want to be bothered with the gay lifestyle no more? You know how many men I know who did that? And do you know how many of those men are right back at the gay club today?
He looks good to be 43, though.
Now, well, he was 43 back then. I just noticed this video is 10 years old, which gives it more weight because this was kind of like before Tyler Perry hit it big. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think, yeah. A lady clears it up. Steven Taylor was with Aerosmith. So not Tyler Perry. So this, where is it?
But at least he's telling the truth about like the DL community, because Tyler, every time I try to tell somebody that I think that Tyler Perry is gay, they would argue me down. Like, Black women not trying to hear it.
Yeah, that is true. This is what India mom said. She said, dude just went back into the closet. I mean, it's been 10 years. So what are y'all having for dinner tonight? So yeah. So basically, yeah. Aerosmith was they can make some fucking jams. Let me tell you that. They can make some freaking jams. That was one hell of a rock band, Aerosmith. Yeah. Anyway, had nothing to do with Tyler Perry whatsoever. A lady says exactly. Gay men get rewarded for being closeted.
Going through a divorce, losing their houses, having to pay their wife's child support and alimony. And they regret they made those decisions because now their life is even worse than when it started from. I look at these guys, they look a hot mess.
Red Bottom Queen breaks it down like this. Plenty of women out there married to DL men. Yeah. That's what's going down.
Overweight, fat, stressed out, gray hair. I'm like, what happened? They got married. They were gay men who took on wives. Why would you do that? Oh, because society pressured them to do so. To go out and have a wife and have kids. To pretend as if you're straight when you know you are gay. I am a proud Black gay man. I don't like who I am. I love who I am. And some of you all don't get that. You all think I should be sitting over here crying the blues, all this because I'm Black and gay. Right. No, not. Walter's very happy and comfortable. I've known I was gay since I was in preschool. Since I was a little kid, I knew I was gay. Ever since I was a little itty bitty kid, I knew. So why would I hate something that's an inherent trait of mine that I was born into? That's not me hating being Black. And there are some Black people out there who do hate being Black. Michael Jackson was one of them.
Well,
there are a lot
of course he doesn't have a problem being gay because he could just beat up anybody that makes fun of him or like judges him for being gay.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he can't handle himself in a fight. At least he sounds like. Who knows? You never know. You never know. His mom is a Jehovah's Witness. Dang. Dang.
You know what, DJ? If I told you some of the stories that I don't even know if your audience or y'all would be ready for it, but I've seen a lot of stuff happen in like the Hollywood area. I've seen a lot of stuff happen that was like really questionable in terms of like you keep thinking that these guys are supposed to be thugs, they're supposed to be in these gangs, that they're really straight. They like are the biggest down low guys on the planet.
Well, let's slip back and see what's going on right here. Here we go.
Hey, you guys, so get into this craziness. So fans are alleging that Offset left heart eyes under Nicki Minaj's picture on her Instagram. Now, yesterday, it was a lot of mess going on between Nicki and Cardi B. Now, after Cardi went on a rant on IG Live, going off on her husband Offset, fans felt that Nicki Minaj was picking at Cardi B after she posted this picture on her Twitter about an hour after Cardi went on that rant. Now, what had fans giving the side eye was the fact that Offset loves Michael Jackson. In fact, his brand new album is basically inspired by MJ, okay? And fans noticed that he recently got a tattoo of Michael Jackson on his stomach. But some fans...
What?
Oh my God. That's weird.
Okay, and I hate this. I got to think about this for a minute. Hold on one second. I got to think about this for a minute. Okay. Sorry for the pause. Okay, so here we are diving back into that pseudo, I call it pseudo-sexual. I don't know what to call it. Because, Michael, we don't really know what he really, really liked. We really don't. You see what I'm saying? We don't.
In an interview, his sister, LaToya, which a lot of stuff that she says is questionable, but she actually said that he was gay. On that British guy's channel. What's the one that got fired? Can you hear me, DJ?
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted again.
Shocked with this Michael Jackson tattoo.
Oh my God.
Right. And wondering and thinking if there's a link between whether this is a kind of an offset way of Offset, get it? Offset way of Offset saying that he's like Michael Jackson as far as those desires, which to me theoretically would then explain why, as beautiful as Cardi B is, Offset often stepped out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been to Offset like guys.
Yeah. Hey, lady, I hadn't heard Offset is gay. Is that what y'all saying? I'm not saying he's gay.
Like
I'm just
bi.
saying that there's a pattern here. I think that men that I really do believe there has something to do with a man's promiscuity, lack of loyalty to a woman, disrespect for women, and detrimental behavior may be tied up in their confusion of sexuality. That's just all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, he's gay or not.
But DJ, you know how you can.
I just believe there are men out there that just see meat as meat. That's all I'm saying. Piers Morgan, was that who it was?
Yeah, Piers Morgan.
Okay. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I think there are guys out there, let's put it this way, men out there who don't think they're gay, but are sexually attractive to men. And I think their confusion comes out in weird ways. That's all I'm saying. I know. Ellen, I finally left you speechless, didn't I?
No, I was just saying that one way you can tell that these guys are bisexual is when they wear the skinny jeans and they have their pants sagged below their butt, like they have their butt hanging out where you can see their drawers. That's one of the signs that the new generation give to other gay guys that they're bisexual. Like they will, go with the guy. Another
hell, in
one.
that case, that's all of the hip hop industry. Shit.
Yeah, well, that's it's a lot of homosexuality going on in the industry, and
I agree.
So that's one of the signs. Like, I have gay friends, and they telling me like what are the signs that's going on, and mostly you can tell by the eyes. Like, it's just all you got to do. Like, now these download guys, all they have to do is just make a certain eye gesture to tell. It's difficult. Nobody's gonna believe me anyway.
Michael Jackson on his stomach. But some fans were like, no. She was not referencing Cardi B at all. She was referring to Kanye West, who went on a rant about her about an hour or so before Cardi went live because she wouldn't clear a song. Either way it went, Cardi thought that she was talking about her and she responded. Now, later on in the day, all of a sudden, you see this. Now, you see this is Offset's name and 3 heart eyes. Now they're saying that he put this under Nicki Minaj's picture on Instagram. Now, when I went and looked, it wasn't there anymore. People are saying that he deleted it and all types of things. But this is how fans responded. Offset must have deleted his comment. Who else looking for that comment? So Offset, I'm just gonna ask, you commented or nah? Ain't about to keep scrolling and looking. I'm at work. I'm looking for that comment Offset made. He a real goofy for that and a traitor. Whole time you been looking at Nicki that way. That's a different kind of hurt. Now, if I have to guess, I'ma say that he didn't leave that comment. Number one, because my thing is, you saw that Nicki and Cardi just got into it earlier that day. You know your wife don't like Nicki. I don't know if he would be that crazy to be that bold. I'm going to guess that it's Photoshop and it's not real. Now, if he did do that, he need his ass whooped straight up, because that's a different level of just
I'm sorry, but this dance is just funny to me.
being dirty and low down. But I'm going to guess and say that he did not do that, because it's just not making sense to me, because Offset is very private. He doesn't like to do stuff to cause attention to his relationship in a negative way or anything like
Wait
that.
a minute. Wait, wait, let me hear that one more time.
Attention to his relationship in a negative way or any do stuff to cause attention to his relationship in a negative way or anything like that.
Wait a minute, he was just caught cheating for the umpteenth time. What are you talking about? Man.
He only responds if he has to. I just don't see it. But like I said, if he did, he need his ass whooped, okay? But I do want to know what you think. Do you feel like Offset did a post and delete under Nicki's picture, or do you think it's cap, okay? Y'all let me know what you think in the comments, but that's all I have for you, and I'll talk to you later.
I'm sorry, but Offset looks disgusting. He looks, he just looks like he don't bathe, he don't brush his teeth. He just look like his breath smell like ish. Ew, it's just.
Let me see if I can bring up this Dr. Umar video. Dr. Umar, what's he? Hold on, A Lady has a video I might want to bring up real quick. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on one second.
Dr. Umar discussed if black men hate black women.
Give me a minute here. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can bring this up. Here we go.
Let's not misrepresent.
You're the only one not being honest, Umar.
G Nows.
You're not being honest.
Find the clip. We don't have to argue about it. We don't have to argue about it. Find
you just admitted to it. We don't need a video.
Shout out to A Lady. Shout out to King Kong Consciousness. Here we go.
60 seconds against black men. First of all, I want to see where you all stand just by a yes or no. Dr. Umar, is there? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Hope, is there?
No.
Duan?
Absolutely, yes.
Cynthia G, where are you on this?
The only war is the war that black men are waging against the black community.
So is that a yes or no?
Yes, there is.
Well, there's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment. Communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed by systems or the lack thereof. Let us be very clear about something. This fratricide, this black on black crime that so many of our brothers are engaging in, let us remember Irish did the same thing. Italians did the same thing. European Jews did the same thing. And in the 1930s and 1940s, the United States government decided to upgrade them to white status, and in so doing, gave the Italians control of the fire departments in the black community, gave the Irish control of the police departments in the black community, and gave the European Jewish immigrants control of the civil service municipal jobs that they still control in many city centers today. The point that I'm making, Tammy, is that America gave Southern European immigrants an economic stimulus package. Before they gave that economic stimulus package to Jews, Irish, and Italians, they were doing the exact same thing black men are doing today, selling drugs, breaking the law, running in gangs, killing one another. But the government intervened and aided them. The reason black male pathology is still going on 30, 40, 50 years later is there has been no resolution, there have been no solutions, and there have been no governmental intervention. With that being said, I'm not waiting on the government to solve the problems of Black men. We as Black men have to unite, come together, organize, and solve our own problems. Just because we can admit that the government introduced pathology into the Black community, we can still take full responsibility for ending it ourselves.
Hope, I see you nodding.
Yes, because I feel like when you can name all of these things so eloquently and so beautifully, and yet y'all still fail at being able to do these things after years and years and years and years and years of trying, where do we find a new solution? War that we're fighting for Black men is the one that Black men are fighting within themselves. Is it about adjacency to whiteness? Is it about being able to assimilate to that white hand? Or is it really about the freedom of Black men in the Black family and the Black community? They want to assimilate to whatever whiteness, whatever white male privilege they get. And that's a large part of the problem.
Dr. Umar, you welcomed us to the show by saying Black power, Black power. Okay. Is there some truth to the assimilation that Black men want or perceive to want when it comes to this war being waged against you?
Well, there's definitely some truth to it, but I think that truth is also evident in Black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman, but many.
Let me pause right there. What are your thoughts so far, Ellen?
I was just going to say Black men, and this is the honest truth.
Okay,
they don't want, they just want equality. They want to have the same rights. They want to have the same privileges as white men, but they don't want to do anything that's going to fix the community. You know, I feel like they just want it to be handed to them instantaneously, and they don't want to fix the community. It's a lot of self-hate going on. It's a lot of Black men is just like extremely conquered. And they're not gonna, this is all BS. They're gonna keep on saying the same thing, you know. They're going to keep saying the same thing. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to put in the work to build their community and get the same privileges as white men have. You see all of these rappers and all these billionaires like Tyler Perry, yet they don't put in money into their congressmen and their local congressmen, like put in money into the government to stop a lot of the stuff that's going on with the court system. And you don't see them putting in housing or community stipends for the poor. You don't see them donating large amounts of money and building industries. You don't see them doing that because they don't feel as though their race is worth anything. They just want the same privileges as the man of non-color. And it's been like that since the day of the Moors. They made treaties and they made friendship treaties with these guys.
Got it.
To have access to women of non-color.
Got it. Here we go.
To the assimilation that Black men want or perceive to want when it comes to this war being waged against you.
Well, there's definitely some truth to it, but I think that truth is also evident in Black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman, but many Black women choose to look like white women. So we have to look at ourselves and we have to recognize that the pathology is not more of one gender than the other. That's the issue I have with conversations that seek to see who is more at fault, the Black man or the Black woman. It's not about who's more at fault. We rise together or we will perish together. The Black man cannot survive without his woman, and the Black woman cannot survive without her man. And
okay, this is my thinking on that, is that I don't really agree. I think Black women are not destroying each other like Black men are destroying each other. If Black men kept doing what we do, we would perish. If Black women keep doing what they do, and Black men didn't exist, Black women would be okay. But I don't know if Black men, I don't know if we would be okay. We'd be around for a while because there are some good Black men, but at the same time, we are definitely being detrimental to each other. We are harming each other at an alarming rate. And it almost seems like it would be the first thing that the Black Manosphere would want to tackle is why we are, damaging each other at such a high rate, right? But that's not what's going on. We're not trying to fix we're not trying to fix the actual problem, which is really kind of a huge concern. We're not trying to fix that's what I keep trying to tell these men. I mean, I'm trying to keep it real. They always say, "Oh yeah, keep it real," and then when you keep it real, they get mad and call you for bashing them. But the bottom line is this: is that do you guys really believe, men out there in the Black Manosphere, do you really believe that we are in a good position right now? Do you really believe that we are thriving in a positive way? I mean, check the stats, hit me back, let me know what you think, because the stats seem to be saying a totally different thing to me. So, I mean, that's my point. I mean, that's the concern I have is like, really, I mean, if we kept doing what we are doing now as Black men, would we be successful in the future, or would we meet our demise? I mean, if Black women really did not exist and we dated out as Black men, do I need to play that little clip of Johnathan Majors again? I don't know. Do I need to play it again? Y'all let me know. Do I need to play the John Majors clip again? I mean, that doesn't look like an upgrade to me. I'm not saying it's because the woman is Caucasian, but he stepped out and basically it didn't work out for him. And I don't think it worked out for him, not because of her. I think it didn't work out for him because of him. He didn't, whatever damage he accrued during during his life, he didn't repair. So he's basically kind of expressing the negative aspects about that altogether. So I'm going to play a little bit more of the existing clip we got going, and then I got another one for you, because this is pretty important here. This is pretty important. Here we go.
Issue that I take with my two sisters' narrative is I hear a lot of criticism. I hear a lot of condemnation, but I don't hear any empowerment. I don't hear any solutions coming from either one of them. It appears as if that there is a hatred towards Black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why are we going back to 1960? Let's stay in 2022. That is so immature and irresponsible of a statement. As a psychologist, when a client comes into my office, the first thing I perform is a history on their depression, a history on their suicide, a history on their anxiety. When you go see the medical doctor, he performs a history. When you go buy a home, they perform a history. When you go purchase an automobile, they perform a history on that automobile. But when we talk about the problems that affect Black males, we're supposed to look at it in a vacuum. We're not supposed to put it in a historical context. And with that being said, the language and the narrative that's coming out of the mouth of these two Black women is one that I think the white power structure would endorse, because it totally absolves them of any responsibility for the hell Black men catch in this country.
Cynthia G, you did say, why are we going all the way back to 1960? There is some truth to history when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that?
I say we should go to the historical context, because what I have not heard from Dr. Umar Johnson, or I think his name is Dwayne, Duan, is what I have not heard as they're mentioning all of the things that was done to them. I haven't heard what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history, other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining and accusing of disenfranchising you? See, because
huge shout out to Feisty Black Magic in the house. Oh my God, you got
DJ, can I say something?
Well, let me say something first, Ellen. Ellen, give me 1 second here. Everybody, you have to check out if you want to laugh your ass off, okay, and get empowered and in school, you got to check out Feisty Black Magic. You got to check it out. Okay, what were you gonna say, Ellen?
No, I was just saying that the reason why, see, it's better to go into the past and rather to deal with the issue at hand. And so black men, we know that this is a tactic. They'll stay in the past instead of like getting solutions. Like they've been doing that for years. That, you know, we can't keep focusing on the past because all it's doing to them is giving them an ego boost to, you know, to is not take responsibility. You don't, I mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I do. I think really ultimately that's the problem we have in the I'm going to be specific, is in the black male community, is that we are not taking responsibility for the issues we are causing now. We can blame anybody and everybody, but the problem is that I think what Dr. Umar is looking for is that he wants the United States to invest in black men, okay, and repair the problem in the community, but they're not going to do it because they got to see something they can work with. And what I mean is that, okay, if you want the other community to repair, okay, help you repair a problem, right? They're going to do an assessment first. And they're going to look and say, okay, what are we going to get out of it? I think where Dr. Umar goes wrong is he thinks that they're really actually going to do something out of the goodness of their heart.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He thinks other cultures are going to help us out as black men, right? Out of the goodness of their heart. When really it comes down to, okay, what are we going to get out of it?
Yeah. Well, isn't Dr. Umar? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so the problem we're having right now is that we haven't shown a pulse of anything right now that shows that we have the potential to allow dividends. And what I mean by dividends is what are we going to give back if they help us out? But what the other cultures see is our foolery. And I'm not talking about, oh yeah, well, look at the women. Welcome, Don Harden. Look at the women. You know, they always bring up twerking and everything like that, even though that's what black men are making black women do for attention, by the way. Really, the other cultures don't care about that part. The problem they care is like, okay, if we cool to you, I'm telling you, this is the deal. If we cool to you, are y'all gonna like not, cut down on the crime? That's really what they want to know, because that's the number one thing on the docket when it comes around when it's time to vote. People want, in other cultures, every other culture wants a safe community. So that the value that black men have to other cultures is giving a safe community. That's not happening. So Dr. Umar is asking for something that he's not going to get, because we would need to show some type of trending, heavily trending stat that shows that we're calming down as men. We are not beefing with each other as men. We are being more responsible as men. And that's just not happening. It's just not happening. We're look at what they see. They don't see the quiet black male banker who there's one in a 100,000 black men of, right? They're looking at the blue faces because they make the most noise. They're looking at the ushers in a halfway positive way because because of the noise he's making. But then they see Diddy and they're like, see, there we go. I mean, we gave that dude everything. We made that dude a billionaire. Black people did too, but so did other cultures, right? And look what he did. How do we come back from that? That's what I remember. Well, let me stop right there. Let me let the tape play. Let me let the tape play.
Her what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining and accusing of disenfranchising you? See, because in the 1960s, what black men were really doing, and it's been documented, many civil rights leaders have admitted to it, what black men were doing is chasing the white man's woman, trying to so-called stick it to him by way of going to their women. What you should have been doing is trying to get liberation for yourself. What you should have been trying to do is get that foot off your neck. But see, the foot is not on your neck. And the only time you recognize it being on your neck is when you want to get away with doing something that you think white men are getting away with doing. Because let's just be real. Whenever we hear about this war against black men, it's usually being brought up when there's a black man like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, we see Trey Songz going through it, Ari Spears, when they engage in some degeneracy, and then they're getting a consequence for it. And black men think that because they perceive white men to be getting away with crimes, they want to be able to get away with crimes as well. The reality is, Dr.
I agree.
Umar can sit up here and list all the different ways that the system is disenfranchising black men and black men in a victim vote. But the reality is what he cannot tell you is what black men did in response to it, because they did nothing. They laid down and they nested under the skirt of their non-black preferences, and only to complain that whenever they commit a crime, they're not getting off like they did.
So let's find out. Dr. Umar, what have black men done?
Well, number one, again, I think that it is such a shame coming from a psychological perspective that we seek to heal our wounds as a people by relying on unprofessional testimony by individuals who have a vendetta against the opposite gender in their community. When you hear Sister Cynthia speak, you can hear a hurt and a pain and a hatred.
Oh my God. Okay. I mean, I could tell by the way he's replying that she hurt his feelings
towards black men. We cannot find an effective solution to black male-female relationship issues or the oppression of black men or black women when the people at the table having the conversation have negative emotional and pathological interests in the conversation that are not.
Umar, the question wasn't about my emotional state. The question was, what did black men do in response to their disenfranchisement? Yeah, because you're trying to pathologize my emotional state, not knowing that I'm a psychologist too. But what you're not doing is telling us what black men did.
I believe he'll get there, Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar.
And I'll end it quickly, Sister Tammy. According to Mrs. Cynthia G., Dr. King was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Malcolm X was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Medgar Evers was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Fred Hampton was assassinated because he was doing nothing.
Actually, Mr. Snoopy, even me as a man, I'm like, I just want to hear what his reply is. I just want to get to it. I just want him to get to it. I want to know.
Nothing. That narrative that black men have done nothing to fight back against systemic oppression, not only against ourselves, but against our women, our children, our elders, and our community is absolutely ridiculous. The cemetery is filled with black men, names we know and names we don't know, who gave their life for the freedom, liberation, and emancipation of African people. How can you disrespect the history of so many black men, past and present, who continue to fight? I'm sitting in a school right now that we built with all black money, 4 buildings that we're going to educate black men in. It's not easy to solve our problems because there's always Black people in your very same community who's fighting against what you're trying to do to help it. But in addition to that, the white power structure is always waving its wand of oppression to try to sabotage anything we do. I think that the analysis of our women is too overly simplistic, and in being such, it is dishonest.
But I don't know if did he answer the question?
No. He asked, he just went all around the damn barn talking about what did Martin Luther King and Malcolm X do. The question was what are black men doing now? They keep staying in the past, you know, and we need results now.
Let me go back and just to make sure that's, I mean, okay.
I believe he'll get there, Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar.
Airy spheres when they engage in some degenerate in the 1960s
history when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that?
Power structure would endorse, because it totally absolves them of any responsibility for the hell black men catch in this country.
Cynthia G, you did say, why are we going all the way back to 1960? There is some truth to history when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that?
I say we should go to the historical context, because what I have not heard from Dr. Umar Johnson, or I think his name is Dewan, is what I have not heard as they're mentioning all of the things that was done to them. I haven't heard what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining and accusing of disenfranchising you? See, because in the 1960s, what black men were really doing, and it's been documented, many civil rights leaders have admitted to it, what black men were doing is chasing the white man's woman, trying to so-called stick it to him by way of going to their women. What you should have been doing is trying to get liberation for yourself. What you should have been trying to do is get that foot off your neck. But see, the foot is not on your neck. And the only time you recognize it being on your neck is when you want to get away with doing something that you think white men are getting away with doing. Because let's just be real. Whenever we hear about this war against black men, it's usually being brought up when there's a black man like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby.
Okay, this is my observation right here. I think what the problem is that Dr. Umar uses a lot of historic stuff to explain his plight against our plight as black men against the society, the non-black society. The problem is that he stays in that mode and he doesn't say, okay, here are the steps for us to get out of it.
Exactly.
I think the problem is that Cynthia G, she shouldn't have used, in my opinion, she should have named what are you guys doing now? Because there is enough evidence in the past that there have been, let's say, attempts from black men to for equal rights, but the problem what they don't realize is that there's been as much or more historically, there's been as much or more black women fighting for equal rights as black men, because especially now, because one of the core reasons is black women vote more than black men do. So we can stop there. The problem is that I see he's got a little bit of a point, but it's not a good point for now. It doesn't help us in the last 15, 20 years. That's the problem. And so he used ancient times of the community issue to defend, instead of saying, you got a point. I mean, black men are not doing enough, which I've heard him say in other videos, by the way. That would have been better. I think Cynthia G kind of fell in the trap of getting caught into allowing him by stating she did state something about what in the past have you done, when it should have been more like, what are you guys doing now? Because really, quite honestly, whether you think so or not, black culture has had at least the same opportunity as, let's say, the Asian culture did at its time when it was being discriminated against, or even times when there was a Jewish culture which was being discriminated against. What could have been a little bit less or a little bit more, maybe, who knows? But the bottom line is that everybody had that situation where if they had to fight some sort of discrimination. Now, everybody else, except for black men, seem to have been able to find a way out of it. Whether it was enough for them or not, it doesn't matter. They're better off. The key is why aren't black men doing as well as some of the other cultures of men that were discriminated against, like the Asian men? They're discriminated against today. So what worked for the Asian community? And I only keep mentioning them because they seem to have cracked the code, where they are all getting very highly paid. Okay. They keep this a strong family structure, and in addition, the communities they build don't have as much crime. What did they do? And I believe Cynthia G's argument is, well, and Feisty Black's argument is this. Look, excuse my language, the white man is not walking into our communities, putting up a gun to these young men's head and going, I want you to go over there and blow that guy's head off. They're not doing that. They're not saying, go delete that guy. They're not going, go over there and delete that guy. Every hour, we need you guys to do this every hour. We need you black men to do this every hour. We're looking at our clock. Every hour, we need one of you to cause havoc in the community. That's Cynthia G's argument, is what are you guys doing with what you have? I think that's her argument. If it's not, that's my argument, is what are we doing now with what we have? Do we have enough freedom, okay, to improve our community without help? And the answer is yes. We are free to not hurt each other. We are free to just shake each other's hands as black men. We are free not to disrespect our women. At the very least, we are free to treat our women the way other cultures treat their women. And that's not asking a whole lot, because they're far from perfect, but we're not even close. That's what it is. And I mean, I'm just sitting back. The thing is this. It's frustrating to me as a black man to see how easy the solution can be. And we're doing what we're doing. The Black Manosphere really doesn't have to do anything to me, because when I see how they think and how they should think, I'm mad every night I go to sleep. They're on here complaining about black women, but they ain't saying nothing about their pals going around the corner causing havoc. And their pals are doing it. They're doing it. They're causing the problem. And then see what happens is that if you stop causing those problems, what happens next is people start trusting you more, including black women. But the thing is this, it's not going to happen instantly. You can't just stop and then, 2 weeks, a month later, expect everybody to start trusting you. This is something that has to be built over years. So we haven't even started yet. And see, the problem that a lot of the black men in the community, and very least in the Manosphere community, is having, is because they feel like they are being unjustifiably judged. And they're mad at black women because black women are like, look, we tried to hold you down for 300 years. And now you men have become, this is what black women are saying, you men have become our worst enemy. And the stats bear it out. So then the manosphere has the audacity to blame black women for being more selective and holding scrutiny like, look, you guys got to step it up. We won't even do that. You know, look, I have shown you famous people not stepping it up. So the average guy in these troubled communities, what do we, I mean, really, think about it. Think about this. Ellen, one day I sat down, I said to myself, okay, what do me and my black brothers have to offer a black woman that other cultures can't provide? I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything. I really couldn't. I mean, what we were supposed to offer was empathy, support, understanding, because we were in the same culture. But if you see the way that the Black Manosphere behaves, and we take that and we extrapolate that into the community, what kind of deal is that? What culture, not just Black women, but what culture would want of women would want shame, blame, and explain bullshit? It's not going to happen. And these men truly believe that's the answer. They really believe that's the answer. They do, because that's why they're making their money.
But I wanted to know, do you really think that the majority of Black men want their community? Do you think that they want their community, or do you want no, that's the question. Do you think that these men actually want their own, they want their own community? And when I say that, it means that you have to build a community where you have to build, you have to provide protection and finances. Do you think that they want that with Black women?
I quite honestly, from all the conversations I've had with men in this space, their priority is sex and control.
Exactly. They don't want a community. And if they do go, they're going to go into a community that's already established. So they another reason they see value in women of non-color and Latina women is because they are they already have their community established. Black men are just lazy. They don't want to do the work. They don't want to shed any type of blood or something. They don't want to have to be responsible. They, like Princella said, and I believe she was talking about Black men. A lot of Black men are very scary and cowardly.
Let me pause you for 1 second. It's not that we are lazy per se. This is what it is. If we are, what would be the best word for me to use? We're not putting our energy in the best direction, because I have seen men work very hard for some ass.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I've seen them, just put out all their effort in just sex. Let me just put it that way.
Don't even do brainwashing.
By the time they get to needing to do something relevant or something that's going to benefit the community, which they're not thinking about, quite honestly, they don't have the energy for that. And don't care because their focus is on basically their focus is basically on their urge. If they weren't, their priorities wouldn't always be how to control women. They don't even want women. They just want access to sex. As you can see by this live stream and all these guys who we keep bumping into in the DLs and who appear to be DL or not, they really are just seeking sexual satisfaction. The problem is they know they need to get through women to get it. You see what I'm saying? Or men. Depends who you're talking about.
So what I'm just curious, like, because I don't have a male anatomy. What will black men, if they didn't have access to sex, like they were out in the walking around in the daily life in the street, and they had zero access to sex, what would they do? If they just couldn't get it for some reason, what would they do? Is it that bad? I'm just asking because I don't understand.
You asked the question, and I can answer the question. What do you think we're doing to each other every hour?
Oh, okay. Delete. They would like delete.
Yep.
Women or men.
Exactly.
Wow.
A lot of lives lost over testosterone. Let's put it that way.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do now because every single day it's 11,000. Like, no, the government can't afford to take care of them anymore because every day it's 11,000 migrants coming into this country every single day. And so they're going to have to the government is going to have to use its resources to house and take care of those migrants. So, they're screwed.
They're thinking about that, though? They're not really thinking about that. What they should be thinking about is how to compete. That's what that should be the number one thing on a black man's mind is how am I going to compete with other men? Not with black women, because black women, they're just minding their own business. How as black men are we going to compete with other men for good jobs?
I don't know. I just think the best thing for Black American men, this is going to sound horrible, but I think they should just like go back to Africa. And like, cause it's a big space, it's an open land. They can like roam.
No, I mean, the thing is that I think that's where that passport bro movement is going, but it's really what really, to me, the passport bro movement is more, it proves more of that they are focused on just their urges and not building. They're not thinking about building. You can't build in another country. You can't build your community in another country.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Let me get some shout outs out of the way. Bella Nowhere is in the house. The Rat Girl is in the house. Feisty Black Magic is in the house. Bridget is here as well. Let's see if I missed anybody. Why Seeking Knowledge is in the house. Let me drop the link just in case somebody else wants to come up. I'm going to drop the link. Is that it?
Well, why are they so this is another thing. They're extremely miserable as passport bros. They keep lying, coming, oh, well, I'm going over here. I'm busting as many nuts as I possibly can. And they keep coming back on social media complaining again after they like got their passports, complaining about black women still. Like black women live rent free in their heads. Like they can't. I thought you were supposed to be like darn, your plane is leaving already. Like why don't they
Right.
just stay in their country? Like in the country they're supposed to be.
Well, again, I have to repeat. I remember when somebody was saying there's a gender war, and there's really not. There's not a gender war, because if there was a gender war, there would have to be two opponents fighting against each other and of equal energy and power. But one's trending. What basically we have is black women are trending up and black men are trending down. This includes all the embarrassment that black women may be exhibited to with sexy reds and all that kind of stuff, right? What the bottom line is that the average black woman is 3 times less promiscuous than black men are. Caucasian women are more promiscuous than black women are. So with all that sexy red stuff going out there, and the look, the twerking, the when that they want to pump up and say, look at black women, look how, you know, how loose they are and everything like that. Black women are in the actually way that's being over advertised. Let me put it that way. If you look up the graphs, when we pull up the graphs, black women are just right near all the other women that black men claim are virginetic, okay, or not loose. The problem is that black men, we are the ones that are the ones running around in the streets. When they remember that saying by Future, which was she belongs to the streets. He was talking about himself.
I heard of it.
He was talking about himself. He's the one in the streets. Okay? And a perfect example is this. The maker of that saying, she belongs to the streets, has 10 kids by at least 7 women. The woman he had the nerve to say was who the nerve to say that about is married for 7 years, okay, to a multimillionaire. Go figure. Go figure. And that's a good point. That's a good. Why seeking black men? Black men want you traditional, sexy red with a low body count. Bars.
I mean, sexy red is disgusting. Like, twerking and all that. But that pales in comparison to what I seen women of non-color do with like gang banging, semen guzzling, a whole bunch of that. I mean, they be, you know what I'm talking about, DJ. Like, have you ever seen those porn movies? That it pales in comparison to what women of non-color and other groups of women do.
The thing is that I just feel like there should be a theory that you should not be able to ridicule somebody who behaves better than you. I mean, I'm serious. I have seen guys. There was one video I did. We did a live stream of dating, a dating video, and the guy could not. He had been with so many partners, he could not even fathom how many women he had slept with. But he himself made it clear that he wanted a woman with low body count, and that would be, and for him that was 8 and below, while he himself probably had at least 800 for all we know.
Did you hear about when that the white guy that supposedly had infected all of these black women and also teenage black girls with HIV, and they were praising and toasting to what was going on. They were like cheering and they were so happy about this. Did you hear about, about the white guy? He was going around and he supposedly gave hundreds of black women HIV.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, and they was up there. The Manosphere was cheering and like celebrating and laughing about it.
But the crazy part is black men do the same thing. And y'all heard about this guy that was supposed to be a wrestler, right? And he had a white girlfriend and he gave a lot of women he been with HIV, but they ain't talk about that story. And that guy
What
was
story?
supposed
Who?
to this guy was trying to be a professional wrestler, but I guess they took an HIV test, they did his physical, kind of found out he has that, and I guess that's what started him from becoming a professional wrestler. The video's on YouTube.
Oh wow.
And then his preference had
Yeah,
two
I see Black Magic
biracial
says the guy's
children.
name is Jason Pope or something. That that tragedy white guy.
Yeah.
These black males were celebrating that. Yeah, that just and the fact that black men celebrated that tells you everything you need to know about the Black Manosphere. Tells you everything they need to know. Because the funny thing is this, is that guess who's the HIV kings? Guess who's the STD kings?
Black men. I ain't finna even lie about that. It's black men.
Yeah. So that should have been something. That should have been something we sat down on. Because,
and a lot of these black men, they either get or give HIV to other black men. That's what they don't like talking about.
Wait, say it one more time.
A lot of these black men, they either get HIV or give other HIV to other black men.
Yeah,
that's the highest group of who's getting that.
Yeah, we are. We're the HIV kings, and we don't want to. That's another problem we can work on, right? I mean, when you want to live longer, wouldn't living longer be a good thing? And we don't even want to work on that. And it's tied into the reason why we have a lot of single mothers, because we like to be loose with our juice.
Wow.
I mean, and the thing is I understand it sounds like, wow, bro, you're bashing us and everything like that. So you want me to tell you everything's fine. You want me to go out here and tell these young black men that everything's just fine, keep doing what you're doing, just duck next time.
But the passport bros themselves even said that, that they were saying that, don't go to Colombia. They're scoping people. Like, crime is at an all-time high. And you got these old geezers. I'm sorry, but these guys looked really old, and they talking about, well, I don't care. I don't care if I lose my life. I'm still gonna run up in those brothels and get some, Colombian strippers. I'll risk all of this. And I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah. Look, I've been on a panel with them, and it's like, it's all they think about.
Darn, they act like they never got any, ussy or something. I don't want to say the word, but who could be that? Like, I don't have male anatomy. I'm just saying that it's not worth like a bullet to the head, you know what, at this point, DJ, I 100% believe that if you had, say it was a brothel, a Colombian brothel, if you had girls dancing in front of the brothel and twerking, it will be black guys lined up with Timberlands and Jordans and pants sagging, lined up. It could be a group of cartels with shotguns shooting each one of them down as they go up to the brothel, and they will still keep going in groves. They will still, one after one, will be dropping, and the other one will keep going, trying to get to the women. I really believe that.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Let me cut to this clip here. Here we go.
I make a child, and that child ends up in a queer family.
Okay. Let me see if.
Well, I don't want to answer your question with a question, but I do kind of want to ask you, like, do you think it would be better for a child, let's say how I grew up in a single parent home, or do you think it would be better for a child to grow up in a queer home with two parents? What do you think is best?
Well, remember, if the child is growing up in a queer home with two parents, that means that the original family that gave birth to that child somehow
Dr. Umar need to stop this shit right there. I know a lot of LGBT people who had children the natural way too. But he need to talk about them, because I know a lot of women who had children later on winded up being lesbian. Cause I have an older cousin like that. She had children when she was young, but she later winded up being a lesbian. And that woman is in her 60s now.
Why is he so homophobic though? And now they saying that Dr. Umar is a passport bro.
And lately I've been hearing Dr. Umar talk like Kevin Samuels used to talk. And I heard him say a black woman would get a bad man with a lot of money over a good man too.
Dradrian Cooper, who got my face as the icon. Let me see who this is. Come on in, Jadrian.
What's up, Umar?
Peace and love, King. What's going on?
I was wondering if I could shit on your chest.
I'm sorry?
Can I shit on your chest?
I guess you are one of the members of the Zesty Festy?
Nah, no, I'm not.
You're a rainbow ganger, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Can you please remove my photo as your Instagram icon? Can you please remove my photo as your Instagram icon, sir?
All right, I'll remove it, but you kind of look like, what's his name? Ben Owens or something.
Okay, maybe, sir. And I'm going to pray for your deliverance from the demon of zestiness. All right? Because I don't want you to be zesty, brother. We need you out here.
Wait, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
With our sisters.
I'll try and change my ways, brother.
Okay, just pray, brother. We're not going to criticize you, but you just need prayer. Call on your ancestors to take away the zesty demon. And before you know it, you'll be back with the Black Queens forever. Trust me.
All right.
All right, my brother. And don't forget to take my phone. Black Power.
Black Power.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that. He's not even safe from black male pet. He's not even safe from bandits either.
That was kind of weird.
See, we're not going to disrespect the zesty brothers. We're just going to motivate them to come back into the testosterone camp. We're not going to disrespect the zesty brothers. I didn't disrespect my brother. I didn't disrespect my younger brother. I'm just motivating him to come back to the queens. I'm just motivating him to come back to the queens.
I don't know if the queens would want him.
He probably
wasn't even black. He was Mexican.
Lisa, is that down low? I don't know what's going on here today. How we doing? Low key Lisa, is that down low? I don't know what's going on. How we doing, Queen?
I be joking. I'm a comedian. I do stand up. I be saying I'm an escaped slave from South Carolina. So that really liberated me. But I do need to let you know, I don't want to catfish you or nothing like that. I am a part of the alphabet community. So I want to put that out there and lead with that, lead with truth and light. But I be making jokes in my stand up. I'm trying to lead.
Let me pause for a minute. Elvia Hero says this: don't be disrespectful. Colombia does not have the high AIDS population. There is more new cases in places like the RD, Russia, United States, and about 100 other countries.
It's
gonna
high
do it back with
Columbia
love.
too,
Watch.
from what
I
the
promise you, we're
stats
gonna do
say.
it back with love. I promise you. But let's get to the alphabet. I want to thank you for that. Let's get to the alphabet. True. I'm gonna hit you with 3 true or falses. And I know you can't speak for all the lesbian
Feisty Black Bag says, no, don't come back to black women. Nope.
sisters, but I just want you to give your point of view. A lot of our lesbian sisters came to the lifestyle.
Yeah, Mr. Snoopy, I think that's what he said. I thought he asked Umar if he could.
I thought it said sit on his face, sit
or
on his
something.
chest, whatever. I ain't that give me to that extent, but with these trolls these days, you don't know.
Yeah, Lady Rindy says this: the homophobia makes no sense. Dr. Umar created 2 broken homes and wants multiple women, but talks down to the LGBTQ community. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Which is weird because it's just weird.
He's in the closet.
Through abuse,
probably,
and abandonment at the hands of males. Father, sexual abuse, past spousal abuse with other men they dated. In your experience, how do most of our sisters come to the lifestyle?
Ooh,
give me 2 of the biggest. Give me 2 of the biggest reasons they come into the lesbian community from your own experience. What brings our sisters there? The one.
Oh Jesus freaking Christ.
People are just who they are.
And people like who they like to. I blacked out the other word because.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, see, he's trying to make it seem like it's something unnatural, which is that old ancient way of thinking.
I mean, it's that kind of mindset. A lot of people are. It's that kind of mindset with a lot of other people in that community. My bad. Still stay in the closet.
No, I think that he's like in the closet because he's too homophobic.
And that answers my question too. A lot of it's people who don't want to come out the closet because of backlash, obviously.
Yeah, Spicy Black Magic says some gay women have been sexually abused. That's the one
And they say
reason
the same
why they
thing
are
about
that
gay
way.
men too.
But
a lot of gay men were also say about female relatives too.
Okay, I'm going to start playing this clip. Here we go.
Who choose it, not the ones who say I was born like this. I mean the ones who actually know that this was a conscious choice that I made. What brings them to it? What are some of the triggers you've seen that bring the sisters into it?
Men.
Yes.
That's the perfect answer. You can. I mean, I wouldn't say that's the only answer, but that's an excellent answer.
Yes, that has been my experience. And so, what advice would you have for men as it relates to our treatment of Black women that you think could probably slow down the exodus from the heterosexual community to the Rainbow Nation?
Well, Doctor, I'm working on some new stand-up material about this exact topic. I think it's really going to shake the block. A lot of people are going to be upset, but it is what it is. I feel that men hate women. I feel men resent women. I feel women. I feel that men resent women because I think women have, the one thing that men need. And I think men resent women for that. I think there's a lot of control over that. A lot of women, we've come to a place where we have a lot of animosity between men and women. And I think men,
I want you to clarify because you said something pretty.
The right girl says she should ask where his school is. Oh man. Okay. She nailed it though. She okay, let's see what's going on.
I want you to go and I want to make sure I'm following you. You said there's men who hate women, which I agree. But what was your reason though? You said because it's something women have. What did you say? You said it's something women have.
The only mistake she made is she didn't say a lot.
Men need.
I think men resent women globally, not even just black men, men in general. You got Arab men throwing acid on Arab women for not wearing their hijabs properly. I personally feel men hate women. I think men hate women. I think men resent women because we have the one thing that men need. You know, if you think about a woman, and this is kind of getting into queerness, lesbianism, masculine women, butch presenting women, masculine presenting women, right? And you spoke on this on a recent live about why women are doing this, because they have to step up and be the man in the household. My mother had to be the father and the mother. So it's like, you know, it's been a slippery slope. This is where we were leading this whole time.
I'm sorry to interrupt her because she was actually on the run. I'm going to rewind this back. But Rag Girl, Umar is an expert on fraud, grifting, and broken home creation. Sorry, folks. It is Saturday night. I get to have fun too. Okay, let me start it again. I'm sorry, my bad.
I feel men hate women. I think men hate women. I think men resent women because we have the one thing that men need. You know, if you think about a woman, and this is kind of getting into queerness, lesbianism, masculine women, butch presenting women, masculine presenting women, right? And you spoke on this on a recent live about why women are doing this, because they have to step up and be the man in the household. My mother had to be the father and the mother. So it's like,
if they could detach our coochie, they would throw us away, and that's what they would cut us away. Wow. I mean, the thing is that's true. I mean, some of these they would. I'm telling you, some of these men, they're not going out on dates with women to get to know women. They just want the sex. They just want the choo-choo. I'm going to call it a choo-choo. You know, that's what they want. That's what they want. So let me keep it going.
Like, you know, it's been a slippery slope. This is where we were leading this whole time, having fatherless homes and things like that. But I do think it's rooted in hate. I think that men hate women. I think men resent us for having the one thing that they need. You know, because if you think about a woman doesn't necessarily need a man. A woman can sort of function, unless you need to have children or something like that. But we're in all these pandemic conversations about population control and that sort of thing. So that's a whole other cup of tea. But I just think that there is a lot of animosity from men towards women. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of sexual assault from men to younger women. We talk about R. Kelly and these sorts of industry conversations that are going on. And I think women just live in complete fear for our lives every single day. I have a pocket knife. I'm always talking to other women about how we can just protect our vaginas in any capacity. So Wanda Sykes has a really funny bit about how dangerous it is to just have a vagina. Like, you know, how you could just go for a jog, and, you know, she's a part of the alphabet community as well. But, you know, I think it's just, the answer is simple. It's a 3-letter word, and it's men, M-E-N.
Okay, now, when you say that, I need you to clarify, because you have some sisters, be they heterosexual or lesbian, who will scapegoat men totally for the trauma they've had in their lives. Here's my question to you. Do you think women can go so far in their criticism or accountability towards Black men that you almost breed a hatred from Black women towards Black men who have not even been traumatized? In other words, how much is awareness? How much of it is holding Black men accountable? And where is the fine line between I'm holding my brothers accountable to I'm completely condemning the existence of the Black male species? Help me out. Where do we draw the line between accountability, responsibility for what Black men have done, versus Black women who are on an all-out assault, who want to destroy the image of Black masculinity?
What?
This is my opinion right here. Black
He's
women
full of
don't have
shit.
to
It always
wait,
have been.
hold on, Mike. No one has to destroy the image of the black man. The black man is doing all of the work. That's our basic problem. There is nothing a black woman can do to destroy the image of a black man. The black man we have been, I show examples all the time. Okay. It's like this. I'm living proof on and off YouTube. Okay. That black men ruin their own reputation, their own their own respect. I've witnessed this all the time. Okay. I live in a city, a location which has, a mixed culture. And even in a mixed neighborhood, us as men have found a way to seek each other out and start beef in a mixed neighborhood. Every time I see this happen in whatever neighborhood I'm in, it's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Out of all the people in this neighborhood, you guys want to act up in front of me. And it happens on YouTube as well. Men can't even be respectable online. And they think it's cool. That's the funny thing, is they think it's cool to act like barbarians. And they get mad at me because I'm not signing off on that shit. It's beyond me. Let me go ahead and play this tape.
In our community, where can we draw the line?
Okay, this is a very deep question. I mean, I kind of need you to break it down for me in parts a little bit. It feels like that's a big question.
Let me do it another way. Do you hate men?
No, I love men.
Okay. Do you know women who hate men?
Maybe. I feel
there are women that might hate men, but there are more men that hate women. Number one. Number two, women are more loving and have more controls over their emotions than most men do. Because if this was not true, then there would be a lot more women being incarcerated than men being incarcerated. And we all know that's not true. Let's think about this deeply now. This is some juice right here. There are more black women in the United States than there are black men by far, by 1 or 2 million more, right? But black men populate prisons, and people populate prisons because they don't have control over themselves. In most cases, okay? Black men populate prisons at 6 times the amount of black women, even though there are more black women than there are black men. I'm making this clear and straightforward as possible because it's important to let men know where you grade. You need to know that you're not doing well. If I'm coaching somebody to be a better player, me telling them they're doing fine all the time is not going to help them. So what I will do is this. We are on a team. We are 5-7. We are not as good as we should be. We need to get better. How do we do that? It should be that simple. Comes down to improvement on the team. Could be 1 player, it could be 3 players, it could be 7 players, depending on what sport you're playing. With that said, the problem that is happening is that we don't want to improve. Look who we made role models. We literally made monsters role models. Do other cultures do this? They absolutely do. But unfortunately, our monsters outnumber their monsters. Our monsters in our community outnumbers their monsters in their community. And it doesn't mean we should just all disappear. What it means is that we need to drastically improve. When you improve, people trust you more. That's just what goes down. That's just what goes down. Welcome, Pretty Bones. Welcome to the chat. In the house, we have the Rat Girl in the house. Elvia Hero Perez is in the house. Oya Terminador Negro is in the house. We have Feisty Black Magic in the house. A Lady in the house. Why is Seeking Knowledge in the house? Who else we got up in here? SB is in the house. Let's keep it going.
I want you to think about the women you think might hate men. How do you differ as a woman who doesn't hate men, but who is lesbian? How do you differ from a sister who is lesbian and hates men? What is qualitatively different in terms of personality and outlook between you and a sister who actually hates men?
Well, I mean, that's a tricky question. I'm very different from a
Men
lot
are
of
the
people.
problem. When you first said men are the problem,
No, I didn't say men
my
are the
initial
problem. That's not what I
reaction
said.
was,
That's
she's
not what
one
I
of the
said.
Black masculinity advocates. That was my first reaction. But when you said
Wait. Let me go back.
but who is lesbian, how do you differ from a sister who is lesbian and hates men? What is qualitatively different in terms of personality and outlook between you and a sister who actually hates men?
Well, I mean,
I've known straight women who hate men. So this, I don't know, this argument's kind of a waste of time, but let me see what else he's going to say.
that's a tricky question. I'm very different from a
Men
lot
are
of
the
people.
problem. When you first said men are the problem,
No,
He just said, there he goes. Men are the problem. Men are the problem. Because this is how I theoretically talk through the men the problem. Let's say all Black women became and went and wave your wand and became fit, submissive, all that crap that they talk in the Black Manosphere. Submissive, went to church, whatever you want to say, right? Do you really believe, and the Black men stay the same, right? Do you really believe the community would do a 180?
Hell, no, I don't believe it at all.
No, because the thing is that even if a man is mentally weaker than a woman, they are still stronger than a woman. They can still cause havoc, okay, to even submissive. And believe it or not, and here's another thing, I'll go to that in a minute though. So basically the community is not going to do a 180 at all. It's just not. There's more of a likely of the community doing 180 if all Black men became highly educated, calm, loving men. Then the community would probably do a 180 because isn't it the men that said, oh, we're the leaders? If women are not the leaders, right? If women are not the leaders, and that's the way the men want to think about it, right? Then it doesn't matter what the woman wants to do. I'm sure plenty of you have been in a situation where you had to work for a business or an entity that was a sinking ship, but since you knew how to fix it, but you couldn't fix it because you weren't the leader of that entity. So it's still sunk. So with that said, how can you, even if women got perfect and there were absolutely no more sexy reds or whatever, which I have no problem with it really, but there's no more sexy reds or anybody else, as they call it, and all the women were perfect, right? Well, what are you going to do about the men? It's the men that are putting each other down every hour. It ain't the women. So it's not going to solve that problem, right? It's the men that are dealing that are higher in domestic abuse. So that problem ain't going to go away, right? It's the men in our community that have the highest amount of unemployment. Black women work. So that ain't going to solve that problem. So then what's going to happen is the only way to get out of this is to blame another culture, which is exactly what Umar is doing. Does the other culture have something to do with our demise? Yeah. But they're not going to make, if let's say the other cultures, right, started acting perfect. Started acting perfect. Opportunities. Do you really believe that would change our behavior? I think it would help a little bit in some instances, but generally, no. No.
Well, you know what? It's now that the police have, Black Lives Matter have basically, there's probably little to non-police brutality, except the court system is still unjust, but that's a different story. They should be, I'm sorry, they should be all of that much willing to, they should have no excuses now. They should get their community together. They can't say that they are in fear for their lives because of, police brutality. They can't say that. Instead of doing that, they want to say, oh, well, you want me to fix the community after, you don't let me run through the women and make illegitimate children and mess it up. Okay, well, I'm going to go overseas. So in order to save face, instead of people looking at them and saying, look, what's your excuse now? Police brutality isn't going on. They just say, okay, well, I'm just going to get up and go overseas so people won't look at me and say I'm to blame, even though it's my fault, so they're not going to do anything. I keep telling Black women they're not going to change. They're not going to fix the community. And then I'm going to drop down, but that's all I wanted to say about the matter.
Got it. I appreciate your time. I mean, you really broke it down. I think the thing is that there's a point where you have to take criticism and understand and then look it up. I mean, no one has to believe what I say, but at least look into what I'm talking about and then assess where you are. Bella Noir breaks it down like this. I'm not against marriage, but marriage doesn't make men faithful or committed. Bars. Straight up bars. It doesn't. In fact, according to the Manosphere, men are supposed to be able to be given the opportunity to step out. Let me break down another video. Hold on one second. Well, I think we already went over. Did we go over this again? Updated. Is this the same one? Okay, I don't. Oh, okay, let me go ahead and keep playing this right here.
I didn't say men are the problem. That's not what I
was,
said.
is
That's
she's
not what
one
I
of the
said.
anti-black masculinity advocates. That was my first reaction. But when you said you love men, I said, okay, she can't be a black anti-masculinity advocate because she says she loves men. So how do you differ from sisters who do hate men? In other words, I'm different because I don't do this, or I'm different because I do this. What would set you apart from them in terms of your outlook towards black men? In other words, how do we know you don't hate black men?
I lead with love. I think we have to figure out how to get back to love. And if the man is supposed to be the leader, the man has to lead with love. And I think men don't lead with love. They lead with rape. They lead with assault. Usually they lead with violence. Men are very violent.
When you say black men lead with
Oh
rape.
my God, that's right. I just thought about it. There are probably more men who commit assault than there are men getting married. I just thought about that. There are probably more men committing assault than there are men getting married. Huh.
Because that makes it look like
I didn't say black men. I said men.
okay, but let's stick to the race though. Let's keep it to us. Let's stick to the race. How would you say black men are leading?
How would I say black men are leading?
Are leading in our relationships with women. How you said like men will lead with rape. How do you feel black men are leading? We're leading, we're engaging women on what level, with what energy? How are we presenting? When you come across a group of black men, what are your expectations of what we're going to do when we meet you?
Try to figure out how to fuck.
So the number one thing on a black man's mind is coochie.
Yeah.
Yes. But we got to get the consciousness over the coochie. This is what
we got to get the consciousness over the coochie. We must get the consciousness over the coochie. Now, let me ask you this. How do we get the consciousness over the coochie when so many black women are leading with sex too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
no, now he dropping the link. Hold on one second. Dropping the link. It's getting a little bit okay. Notice how he oh man. I'm gonna wait a minute. Oh man. Number one, a man is supposed to be, let's work on what a man is supposed to be. A man is supposed to be in control. A man is supposed to lead. A man is supposed to be respectable. A man is supposed to be about his purpose. Right? What does it matter whether a woman leads with her coochie or not? If a man is what he's supposed to be. You see, there's that red pill leaking out. Let's do that again.
How would you say black men are leading?
How would I say black men are leading?
Are leading in our relationships with women. How you said like men will lead with rape. How do you feel black men are leading? We're leading, we're engaging women on what level, with what energy? How are we presenting? When you come across a group of black men, what are your expectations of what we're going to do when we meet you?
Try to figure out how to fuck.
The way she said that, it just cracks me up. But why seeking knowledge says with violent sex and deceitfulness. And basically, you saw me play the clips earlier, right? Saw me play the clips earlier. Remember my clips yesterday too. Blueface, Diddy, Darius. I could go on. What are they most focused on?
I think we have to figure out how to get back to love. And if the man is supposed to be the leader, the man has to lead with love. And I think men don't lead with love. They lead with rape. They lead with assault. Usually they lead with violence. Men are very violent.
When you say black men lead with rape, because that makes it look like.
I didn't say black men. I said men.
Okay, but let's stick to the race though. Let's keep it to us. Let's stick to the race. How would you say black men are leading?
How would I say black men are leading?
Are leading in our relationships with women. How you said like men will lead with rape. How do you feel black men are leading? We're leading, we're engaging women on what level, with what energy? How are we presenting? When you come across a group of black men, what are your expectations of what we're going to do when we meet you?
Try to figure out how to fuck.
So the number one thing on a black man's mind is coochie.
Yes. But we got to get the consciousness over the coochie. This is what
we got to get the consciousness over the coochie. We must get the consciousness over the coochie. Now, let me ask you this. How do we get the consciousness over the coochie when so many black women are leading with sex too?
Mm-hmm.
This is where definitely where me and the good doctor split. Men are supposed to be, I already said that shit too. Why, how does a woman, if a man is a leader or is a man, it has a purpose or whatever you want to call it, whatever, a woman can't tell a man what to do. Really, a human can't tell another human what to do. So why is he putting the ball back into the women's court? Why is he putting the ball into the women's court? Part of being a good man is saying no. If a woman leads with her coochie, right? Like he said, right? You say no and you move on. You know, realistically in this world, she's going to find somebody. But if you're about your purpose, right, and your priority is not, as she put it, to F, then it's really, really easy to figure out where the problem's at. Welcome, a lady, to the stage.
Hi, DJ. How are you?
Doing good. How about you tonight?
I'm good. Who else is up on the stage? Hello.
At the moment, it's just you and me.
Oh, okay. Well, good to you. I know, good to talk to you. Yeah, I mentioned in the chat, I'm not sure if the goal. Can you hear me okay? I feel like I'm
Sure
talking
can. You sound perfect.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the goal should be monogamous relationships anymore. Is it time for a reset? I'm really just thinking this over right now because we see in our relationships now, things are so tense. If a woman decides to leave, a man in many instances feels like she shouldn't and he should do something about it and he should stop it, and sometimes he's going to be violent about it. And if she does decide to move on, well, he will go beyond, he'll commit the ultimate, justice, if you will, in his mind, like his property is being taken from him. That's a problem. So there are some people, and there always have been these people, who just aren't built for a monogamous relationship. And you can't beat them into it, and you can't force them. It's like a religion. You can't force people to be Catholic. You can't. Even Catholics have struggled with being Catholic. Even Baptists struggle with being Baptist. But when you are talking about two people's lives and bonding people together like they're slaves, that's just not going to work for some people. If that makes any sense.
True. But I think that's why, marriage is a choice, is that basically it's there. I guess the idea of marriage is that I think it was built on a traditional view. And I believe a lot of men in my community, at least, we don't believe in traditional views anymore. If we did, then courting a woman and waiting 3-4 months before having sex or anything ain't no problem, if you know what I mean. Getting to know to somebody, vetting them, seeing if they're, seeing if they're the right fit and all that kind of stuff. That would that would help a lot, because when you establish a true friendship with somebody, and then this is for the people who are sane, because crazy people, that's a different thing. But let's say you're sane and you establish a friendship with somebody, you see them as a person. You don't see them as a possession. And I think a lot of men, especially in the Kevin Samuels era, have been trained or have been, let's say, convinced that women are possessions now. And I agree with you 100%. If you see somebody in your presence that you feel should be in your life forever, you know what I mean? Whether they like it or not, that person is probably going to go the wrong way. I mean, really, the bottom line is I feel the core issue is what would it be? Mental health. But your idea makes more practical makes a more practical argument, because let's face it, ain't nobody going to get some mental health. You know what I mean? It ain't going to happen.
It's expectations. It's like we are telling people, and especially broken people, some of us, that they should expect that they deserve certain things. And everybody doesn't deserve a relationship. They're not fit. Everyone doesn't deserve to have a woman or a man partner. They're just simply not fit. So what are they going to do with that sexual desire that they have? They kind of need prostitutes.
Yeah.
They probably need to legalize it so that they will get off the street and let them get their desires met, because we are not a Christian society. We front, we fake, and that is the only thing that's keeping prostitution from being a legalized profession everywhere. Children off the table, but legalize sex. Maybe that's the answer. I'm not saying I know it, but I'm thinking that might be the answer. Take it off the street. The hookers in downtown LA are walking the street, and children have to walk by them, and it's a health hazard. It's horrible. So I don't know.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the thing is that people are going to do it anyway. You might as well just make it more safe and more secure for everyone involved. I mean,
I think they just passed something too, if I'm not mistaken. It might be LA. It's probably several places around the country where they have stopped harassing and jailing prostitutes. I think it's LA that they have just said, we're going to let these women do what they have to do. And because the police were harassing them, they were arresting them, they were taking advantage of them, having sex with them as payment for not taking them, into the prison, and then turn around, letting them right back out. And so it's a mess. So I'm sorry, I need to interrupt.
Yeah, my theory is this. If you're going to take a pro off the street, take her down to Target, get her a job, and some housing. If you really want them off the street, you know what I mean? Get them a job, pays well, what pays at least as much as whatever she was making. You see what I'm saying? If you really want, if they really want to do it like that. Now, people are free to do what they want, but that might be something to offer. I mean, really, when you think about it, it's like this. A lot of people are in the street because they have to.
Right.
So you're not going to get the want tos off the street, but you can sure get the have tos off the street if you wanted to.
Oh, when I say off the street, I mean into places that allow prostitution.
Right. No,
You know,
there are a lot of struggling hotels that would be happy to have the business if it was legitimate.
that's what I'm saying. Make it legitimate, just like I don't know, Amsterdam or you know, they not well, it was a bunny shack or whatever that was. Where's that? You know, you live around Vegas or something, right? What was it? The Bunny Ranch? The Bunny Ranch.
Oh, yeah,
Legalized
that
prostitution.
wasn't in Vegas. That was in some city in the middle of nowhere. But I do know what you mean, though. Yes, that
Was it
the
in
Bunny Ranch.
Nevada?
Yeah, because technically, prostitution in Vegas is not legal.
Right, not in Vegas, but somewhere in
But
Nevada.
there's so many little counties around here, though. So you know, you drive 15, 20 miles in one direction. It's like, ooh, it's legit now. You know, that
Look,
kind of
but
stuff.
Feisty Black knows her knows about this profession. She says it's in Nevada. And
Yeah.
also she said she thinks it was Baltimore, not in LA. Okay. I'll look it up real quick where prostitution. I think it's someplace where it's you know, someplace a big city is what I heard. Okay. Thank you, Feisty. By the way, shout out to you. Feisty Black Magic has great smaller, like quick bite videos about really Black women's health and survival versus predators who are out there to get us. And she's so witty, and I would look into. I think she has more than one like title that you put out or channel that you use. I know Feisty Black. If you look up Feisty Black Magic, I would suggest you. I'm sorry, DJ. I'm just taking over. I think you probably
No. By all means, continue.
follow
By all
her.
means, you got to tell them about the megaphone. The megaphone.
Yes, she has some funny things, and I like when she says next, meaning like after she gives her little spiel.
Yeah.
Goes up
I
the
swear.
megaphone and says next because she has laid this one out and she's about to lay out somebody else. She does a really great job. I think I would love to see you lay into those mammies who are out here rewarding these guys who are not living up to their best standards because they are enablers. I'm getting more and more angry with them. I know that's how we're conditioned and trained, but if we as women put more value on ourselves and centered ourselves more so than making your whole mission from the time you're 13 chasing after little boys and then men, I think we would be a whole lot better off.
Yep, I agree. I couldn't agree more. Guess we can dig. Let's go ahead and dig into this tape a little bit further. Let's see what she's saying. Because when she said that part about when he goes into that long monologue about what men really want, and then she just goes, they're thinking about what they
Right. We know. And look at his face when she said that. He knows it's the
Right.
truth.
Yeah, you know. Here we go.
Yeah.
Like Black women are the most sexually objectified group, and they also objectify themselves the most. No other woman in America sexually objectifies herself.
I agree.
I don't know if that's true. Because I think what it is he fell for the bait. He fell for the bait, and I'll tell you why. There's a reason why you know, if you go into the porn industry or into what was that when Girls Gone Wild stuff?
Yes.
There was quite a bit that was just as common. So what I do believe when he said, yeah, black women are the most sexually objectified, I believe that part. But he's wrong about the numbers, because to me, okay, so to me, it gives me the feeling that he's either he fell for the bait or he's trying to throw the bait out there. I don't agree with him with that.
DJ, let me just say a couple of things about Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is he's creating baby mamas out here, at least 2. He's never been married legally, and he's no pillar of the community, and he's trying to morph into this realm of people who think they are relationship counselors. And so instead of building that school, making that the focus, he is using this new platform to galvanize a wider audience. So he's, instead of Black Power and pro-Black and all in the building of the school, he's now morphing into this kind of relationship counselor, and you'll hear all kind of crazy things coming out of his mouth. You know, it's just another person who doesn't have a track record of great relationships stepping into this realm. But people are following him. Like this poor young lady, she sounds like she has her mind on her shoulders really well, yet she is seeing Dr. Umar as a pillar, it seems, of the community. So you can keep going.
Gotcha. Let me announce some people, other people on the stage. Looks like we're joined with some company. We have Christopher Maurice and E. Melanin in the house. Chris and E. Melanin, how y'all doing today?
Hello, did they join the panel? Hey.
Hello.
Yes, we great. We good.
How you doing, Chris?
Great. Great. I'm good. I'm doing good.
Excellent. So I'm going to play a little bit more of the tape, and we will respond after we I play a few clips. Here we go.
A black woman. So my question to you, Queen, and I'm loving this conversation. I appreciate you for being here. My question for you is, the black men, we need to get phallus control. You're absolutely correct. We need to get phallus control. We do. Our sexual irresponsibility is destroying the community. Hands down.
Okay, good, good. At least he got that far. Let's see what else. Yeah, why is seeking knowledge? Here we go.
But what about the sisters' sexual objectification of themselves?
I'm sorry. I'm going to break it down for you. That's not going to go away because it is what is promoted on social media. When I walk down the street and I go to work and I come back, I go to work and I come back, all the black women I see are wearing business suits or their uniforms. Okay? So this is the problem I have with him, is he's starting to see he's not as bad as, let's say, Obsidian, but he's bad enough because black women aren't walking around here half naked like he's making it seem like. Okay, that's the problem I have with what his conversation is like. Okay, so where are these women at? Because I don't see them on my streets. I don't see them at my jobs. I don't see them at the casinos like that. Now I do see them at the nightclubs like that. Maybe at the nightclubs, maybe, but not any more than any other culture of women.
Yeah.
So This is the problem.
I see a different problem. I'm sorry. Someone else?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, regardless of how women dress, are we saying men are these animals that can't control themselves?
That's what it seems
Based
like.
on what they see? That's kind of crazy. Because, like, so you're saying that some men, like pedophiles, they can't be controlled, so we need to keep them away from children, period. No access whatsoever. If a child just being a child drives them insane and we cannot trust them to be around them, do we need to look at, say, well, it's 25%, I don't know the percentage of men are pedophiles, so we need to set up society so that these men are kept away from children, period. Because if it's based on what women are wearing, if women were walking around naked, I mean, we see money in banks and people aren't willy-nilly jumping over the counter and getting it because they lose their mind when they see money. They know how to control themselves around someone else's property for the most part, but some don't. So if that makes any sense, what I'm saying is it's not about what women wear. My comment to women would be, okay, we do have some wild beasts running around here. So if you want to be safe, that might be the best thing to do, is not tempt them, because it's either, are they animals or are they not? I don't know. Somebody tell me.
Right.
That's how it seems.
Oh, emailing, and yes, I can hear you. Go for it.
Yes, that's how he makes it seem. Because what I have noticed so far with listening to all of these like manosphere things, it just seems like they are categorizing all Black women as these sex reds or I don't know, Sukianas. I don't know. That's just how they make it seem, and then they're pushing this narrative, and people, there's like the blind leading the blind, and these impressionable men that think that they're leaders are just followers because they're going with that same narrative, and then there they go with that negative and toxic mindset.
Great
Chris,
point.
would you like to add in?
No, go on. Continue.
Okay. Welcome, Brina West. Brina West is in the house. Here we go.
What would your message be to them? And why do you think Black women lead with sex so much? All of our singers, all of our dancers, all of our rappers, sisters, the way women dress.
I am so glad he brought that up.
Men did that. The rap, I remember growing up, the rap, that's all they spoke about. They spoke about sex, they spoke about doing this, doing that, and now all of a sudden, now that they have these new rappers coming up, pretty much doing the same thing they did, they have a problem.
Bars. Exactly that. That's exactly what I was thinking. This is the funny thing. Most of the women who are being produced and are showing, let's say, are being very sexy, were either produced or are being produced by men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The hip hop market was built by men, not women. Okay. They built and designed the products you're looking at. Many of these women didn't have a choice. It's just the way either the market dictated it or the producers dictated it.
Wow.
And sadly enough, a lot of these producers, like Diddy, okay, they are like the worst people. They are the worst of the worst. So we might like them only because they're famous or they have a talent, which is another issue I have, how we give a pass to anybody with a little bit of fame and a little bit of talent or a little bit of swag. They can be degenerate as crazy, right?
Right.
but they get respect and you know, acclaim. That kills me right there.
Chris, do you have something to comment on that? I'd like to hear your point of view
No, go on.
as a man.
No,
You have
go on.
no point of view on this?
Nope.
Oh, so why did you come up on the panel? I'm just curious.
Continue, please.
You know who this sounds like to me, DJ?
MJ?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like, yes, a familiar voice.
Okay.
Okay.
It would be nice if you could contribute. If not, I mean, if you just let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Black women are leading with sex. So is it a contradiction to say the brothers are looking for coochie and the sisters are dressing for their coochie to be seen? So it's like, how do you split that apple pie of responsibility
Well,
up?
brothers aren't supposed to be looking for coochie. Not all the time.
But I mean, weren't their whole message in the Manosphere was to pump and dump? So it doesn't make any sense. Like this whole thing does not make any sense. What he's trying to say, or however he's trying to paint the woman, it still does not make sense because they speak about pumping and dumping.
Right.
Boss.
I agree. Basically, it's like the Manosphere is priding themselves on being promiscuous. Because think about it. Kevin Samuels bragged about having a rotation of 6 young ladies, half his age, at least, because remember, he was nearly 60, so he doesn't want anything near what he would call the wall, right? And that's 30. So he had a rotation of 6. He bragged about it. I remember it because he had the conversation while he was driving in a car. So if he's their hero and he's doing that, they must want the same. And if they want the same, well, you see where I'm going with it.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended on the apple pie. How did you split it up? Okay. It's a deep question, doctor. I got a reference as a comedian.
No,
I'm stuck.
it's like this. If you're why is it that all other cultures of men have no problem? Okay. Again, I make the girls gone wild argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Caucasian women, I'm not they are less promoted, but they do the same thing more. And that in itself is very interesting, and it's very need to be said, because basically it's like this. If you were less promoted, right, but you're doing more than what Black women are doing, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is other women, okay, I'm not going to even say it's just white women, other women doing the same thing. Why are their men able to just resist that and get their job done? Because the other cultures of men don't, what should I say? They're not as obsessed with sex as Black men are. We are obsessed, way too obsessed with sex.
Because that's all they can give. Sex. They're some of them are not really doing anything, and that's why they say these things, because really and truly that's all that they have. So why not try to say all these things, because really and truly all they're trying to do is to lower the Black woman's esteem, her willpower, everything, so that they can get her exactly where they want her, so that they can continue to have the access. Because what's happening is that a lot of women are waking up and a lot of women are changing their mindset, and they do not like that because that means they lose power.
Exactly. Exactly. And see that this is where he kind of falls into the hoax mode, in my opinion, because if he really wanted to improve black men, he would focus on us. You see what I'm saying? He would be focusing.
Perfect. Yep.
He would say, well, he would give the men enough. Number one is it's impossible because black men are we are just too far gone when it comes to sex. I mean, look at it this way. Look how beautiful Kiki was. Okay, Kiki is, I should say. Cardi B is. Um, literally almost every famous black woman who's been cheated on. Gorgeous. On body on point, face on point, hair on point. If a man, I mean, famous, if a man's going to cheat on them, then that tells you it has nothing to do with what a woman is offering or has to offer a man. It has to do with these dudes just they have an issue they need to fix. I believe when a person is hypersexual like this, I mean, the bottom line is this, is that when a person is as hypersexual to the point where you can have a gorgeous woman to sleep with who's you're married to every day and you still want to step out, you got a problem. You got a problem you need to solve.
And I just want to add that it's just so sad because Dr. Umar has a huge platform, and he knows that a lot of people look up to him. He could be using his platform to, if he say the men are the leaders, this and that and the third, because I don't really listen to his content, so I don't honestly don't know what he talks about now. But men are the leaders, so why don't you encourage the black men, because he's all about the black community, black people, unity, power, all of that stuff. Why don't you encourage those men to be better leaders? Say, okay, this is what we need to do. Okay, you have some trauma here. It's okay to get therapy. It's nothing against your manhood to get therapy. Be the better version of yourself. With that, then it leads to maybe then they can be better partners and so forth. But he's just doing the complete opposite. I don't know what he's talking about so far throughout this conversation with this lady, how that's going to benefit the community.
Right. I agree. Let's go ahead and play it some more.
Studying my legends, Paul Mooney, all the greats, Cat Williams. Cat Williams has a really funny bit where he talks about basically colonizers going to Africa for the first time and seeing black women. And he says, that's their women? What's that on their backs? That's their asses? Let's go. Let's go. We all under mind control, Doc. We under mind control. The black women were taken. As you know, tale as old as time. This was the downfall of the entire situation, right? We were taken, we were raped. Now you have people with my complexion. I'm not supposed to be this color, right? My sister Angela Davis not supposed to be this color. This is why we look this way from all the slave rape that was going on the plantations, because the black women, just simply from existing, apparently tipped the colonizers so much, and it led to the downfall and the spell and mind control that we're now under. So the men have to lead with love and the women will follow. But we are under so much mind control and we are under so much like evil propaganda. We just have strayed so far from God's light. But if black men are able to find a way to stand up, and like you said, I forgot how you worded it, phallus control. Yes. If we are able to get to a truth, and I wanted to talk to you about Kanye, and some of the other people too, because I feel you have a lot of animosity in that direction, and I understand what he's trying to do. He's also trying to lead with love and get us to truth. He gets lost along the way. He's a Gemini, you know. I'm
Oh
Gemini.
my God. Oh my God. And let me make this clear, at least so everybody knows. There's nothing good about Kanye except for maybe his music. His music, yeah. Kanye. I don't know.
I just
Melanin,
see a
what are your
man.
thoughts on Kanye?
I just see a man that's crying out for help. I don't know how anybody can see that he's not mentally stable. He seems like he needs to go and sit in a therapy office and let the people do the work, because I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big Kanye fan
I'd go one
and
step
stuff, so
further
I
and
don't
say
know.
he needs to he needs to go, he needs to live at an asylum, but I see what you're saying. I mean, it's the same how wonderfully, I mean, he's talented, I will say it that much, but after that, it's like, okay, keep him away from me. Well, let's see what else he's gonna say.
Gemini rising, we fall.
Nobody's alone. But go ahead.
But we got to lead with love. These bots and these AI, you just had a bot call you. This AI is really out here. We have to fight. We have to fight with love. You know what I'm saying? We got to, because they're training the bots to fight, and they come in with the hate. They just want to get you to engage. We have to start leading with love. As soon as the Black men step up and lead with love and not lust, the Black women will follow, I feel. But I also am not versed to speak on this because I don't date men. I mean, the only relationship I've been in is with a man.
And what age did you stop?
Listen, Umar, you're going to end this live on me, Dr.
Why is seeking knowledge breaks it down like this? That doesn't sell. Black men want their slate wiped, want no accountability. They run from anything else. KS, Kevin Samuels, had what? 65 followers until the bashings started.
Only man I've ever dated was a white man, but that was when I was asleep. I was in my get out era. God woke me up. I got out. I'm halfway there. I got one leg in the elemental P
What brought
community.
you into lesbianism then?
I feel it was always there. I've always been very masculine, very tomboy, but I don't identify with that label lesbian if we're getting into terminology and stuff. I'm queer. I'm still open to men. I just that it's just very fearful dealing with men. You can get STDs, you can get raped, you can get pregnant and unwanted pregnancy. There's a lot rolling the dice when you're dealing with, cishet men.
Okay, I'm gonna put my psychology hat on real quick.
Yes, thank you.
When I hear your reasons, I also hear trauma.
Of course, but that's Black.
Duh. Everybody has trauma. The problem is that it's not going to stop. See, he's trying this. It's almost kind of like, why is he trying to fix women when men are the problem? We are men. We can fix men. There are some very good therapists that specialize in helping women. And it ain't him. So I don't see why he's even bringing it up. It ain't him. It's just not him. Like, which has been brought up a couple times. He's got 2 failed marriages or 2 failed relationships with 2 and made 2 women pregnant. Okay. And he doesn't specialize in helping women. So I don't see why he's trying to. Let's play a little bit more. Here we go.
People's middle name is trauma.
You've been through at least one traumatic relationship with a Black man.
I've never dated a Black man.
No, it may have not been romance. It could have been biological father.
Yeah, my mother says this. My father passed away when I was 12. My mom says that I have trauma attached to that.
And so who was your father figure from 12 into adulthood? Did you have one?
Other men in my family, felt close family friends of his. My father was sort of like you. He was a community organizer and activist. He was from Brooklyn, and there's a big mural.
My father left. Well, she said he passed away, but
up of him in Connecticut, where he's buried, in Stamford, where I was born. But yeah, there were men around, but you're not wrong. I'm agreeing with you. There has to be that figure in the home, present, physically there, because I must have at some point, started to gravitate toward masculinity, playing more with the boys, roughhousing and stuff like that. And, that just sort of adapted within my personality. But it was also what I was observing as well, right? Having been in a single parent home, my mother fixing everything, providing, So it's you're not wrong. I mean, I love the psychological aspect of it. I love when you say psychologically black. I'm speaking in Dr. Umar. I want to get a Dr. Umar dictionary going for the young generation.
Got you. I appreciate you, Mama. One last question for you, because you said something early that sparked my thinking. I noticed that many of the lesbian sisters are hyper masculine. Some of them. You don't.
Okay, I gotta stop it there because it's irrelevant. Anyway, Melanin, what are your thoughts so far about the evening? What did you find interesting? What is your feeling about what's going on, basically, as it pertains to Tyler Perry, so on
Well,
and so forth?
I didn't get to see that because I came on the live late. I saw that you dropped the link, and then I saw that a little piece of the Umar conversation. So
Okay.
yeah, so the only thing I can say, which is what I still believe right now, is that it's just really sad that this is what he chooses to speak about, where he could have been using his platform to really do more, and by through his actions. So he like I said, people look up to him. A lot of men look up to him. So instead of him spreading this, he could show by his actions. Be a true leader. You say this
Right.
and that. You want to see the community this way, then live by that. Don't do the opposite, because then it's a contradiction, because it makes like, what is this?
Right.
So the fact that he's sitting there talking to her about the lesbianism and this and that and the third, when he could be talking about how the black men could be better leaders, so that the community can look the way just about anyone would want it to look, whether you date black men or not.
Exactly. I agree with you. I think basically he was a hypocrite.
Yes.
I mean, the
I
way he's living and what he's asking women. The funny thing is, why, if I was him, I'd be like, man, you know something, I should just go ahead and try to work with the men, because I don't want them to make the same mistake I did
But
twice.
the
You
but
see
the
what I'm
thing is,
saying?
if they just be truthful to themselves, just say that the men can't be fixed. Just say that it's just easier to try to manipulate the women, because you are gonna have the women that are following him that feel like, oh yeah, then Dr. Umar said this, so this is what I need to do. So he
Mhm.
knows that he can't. There's nothing they can do with the men. The men are a lost cause at this point. You may have the one and two that might change their mindset, but the majority, that's not what they want to hear.
True. Very true. Very true. All right, everybody, we're going to call it a night. We're going to probably have a part 2 with Tyler Perry as soon as we find out more on what's going on with him, because that's a lot of weird stuff going on. I mean, for somebody to be another cultural leader, because I think even Tyler Perry has more power over our community than Dr. Umar, at least right now. After he after he gets exposed, who knows? But it's troublesome to hear what he said about how black women should settle for the light bill guy, but then at the same time, it sounds like he's going by way of by way of Diddy. So, but I want to get more information and see if that's what if how solid that information is. But I would like to thank everybody on who was on platform, who was on the stage and in the chat. Thank you so much. Melanin, I hope you come back.
I definitely will. I'm one of your cloud watchers. I have been binge watching all of your streams back to back, and I finally caught a live. So I was just like, yeah, let me just come on and hop in. But it was great being here, and I want to say to you, thank you for what you do, and just keep it up. And I really hope that your platform grows, because there needs to be more messages like this put out to counteract what's being put out there consistently that's negative.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to also thank A Lady and, of course, the friends for their excellent help with my live stream. Spicy Black Magic for coming through. I appreciate you coming through. And you know I'm going to be listening for that megaphone. And again, Feisty Black Magic has some excellent content. Check her out. Let's get the beat going. Here we go. All right. Shout out to A-Lady, Johnathan, Great West, Freedom War, Knowledge,
it's not hard to fool me, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yeah, lead the way.
Mr. Snoopy,
I follow.
Indiana,
no need to say. With me, I
Bella
head
Noel,
now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies.
Lady Rindy.
So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now
Pretty Bones.
before the moment flies. It's not a problem.
SB.
'Cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. Nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say. Where we are heading now, babe.
Red bottom
I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming through.
Susceptible now before the moment flies.
Here we go. Thanks everyone.